down the track here just now. Might not be over yet. Not sure. Might have to hit somebody. My friend at the first house down the lane here, you know, the one that has the wall built right against the window, seems to be arguing with the guy in either Russian or Ukrainian. I don't know which. She speaks both, but I think this is the route of why the police were just on site. All messages. Yeah, we had the guard here. They've gone now. Live chat is indeed now enabled. Everybody, live chat rather than top chat. No, he's just leaving now. It's taking him about half an hour just to pack up his stuff. I think he was riding, I think there was a group of them riding e-bikes and scooters along the cliff tops and maybe along in front of someone's house. Something going on, not sure. I stopped to ask if well, I walked the dog after the cops left, and I asked him if everything was okay, and he didn't look happy, and he just claimed not to speak Spanish, which, given the wording he used, which was "you don't speak Spanish," I'm guessing that he doesn't speak Spanish, not even to the extent of being able to say he doesn't speak Spanish. So that was fun. Okay, folks, tonight's drinking is two-fisted as ever. I have Emdbrow, the cheap lager, and I do still have Tinto Verano from the other night. A lot. I don't have the ice to put in it, so obviously it looks a lot less in the glass. This is probably more in the glass than I had the other night, because I had a lot of those ice cube cylinder things. You know, not cubes, but ice cylinders. But I've been waiting for that all day. It's been very, very hot inside the tent. I am dripping wet all over. Have been all day. My trousers. I found a pair of kind of swimming shorts that I was wearing last year and that I'd misplaced for a year. They've emerged from within the TARDIS. They're now into soak. I'll show you that shortly, maybe. In fact, I will. This is their first rinse. Let me do that because it's a good laugh. Documenting the realities of life, folks. The realities of life. Not putting a fucking spin on it. Let's have a look at this. First rinse. Have a look at the colour of that water. There is a bit of washing up liquid in there. Dish detergent. I think I've still got, I think I've got more of this inside the tent. This has gone transparent in the sun. It still works as a detergent, but it's lost its green colour. But yeah, for a first rinse, that's fairly incredible. But I'm hoping the detergent does its thing and locks the oils and the dirt out of the clothing, keeps it in the water. That's the job of a detergent. One end binds to the water, one end binds to the dirt or the oils, and that's what should leave things clean. So a quick mini rinse after this, and then a proper wash. The mini rinse is just to take the remnants of, so there'll still be some of this brown water tied into the shorts, won't they? Wring them out as much as possible. Then give them a rinse just to take out any of the stuff left in, and then a proper wash, and then a proper rinse if I choose to so do. I just thought that was funny how brown that water went without any effort, like as soon as the shorts touched the water. Because like this year, whatever I was wearing last year, I would have just worn for months on end. You don't. So I used approximately 4 litres of water, I think, just to rinse those. I'll need another 2 just to give them that initial soak. A rinse will take at least another 2. Proper wash another 4. Then do you go a rinse and a second wash? You can easily end up using kind of 20 litres of water on a single item of clothing if they're particularly bad. And that's just crazy when water's so difficult to get hold of and so expensive. If it's not expensive in terms of money, if other people are bringing it to me, it's expensive in terms of their time and what I'm putting upon them. So I have to be mindful of that before I start throwing it around and splashing it all over. Splash it all over. Brute, wasn't it? Kevin Keegan and Henry Cooper. Did Kevin Keegan just die? I believe he did. I was a Liverpool fan in the early 70s. Well, I've always been a Liverpool fan, but I was there, what, 73, 74. I think he left in 77, maybe. That's when Dalglish came in to replace him. Scored the winner in the European Cup final. Dalglish. Was it in Bruges or was it against FC Bruges? Oh, I was young. 77. But Kevin Keegan. Rest in peace, sir. From that era of football where they would go for a pint before the match and maybe after the match. This is why football players, when they were on, do you remember Superstars? So for anyone not in Britain, Superstars was an athletic contest on TV. Multiple rounds, multiple events, and they'd have like 8 or so professional athletes. And they'd put them through things like lifting heavy weights and doing squat thrusts was a big one because Brian Jacks cheated. But he invented a new technique of just sliding along the floor rather than jumping. But anyway, the footballers were always woeful. The footballers never came any. The footballers' level of general fitness was horrendous because back in those days they just weren't that professional. You had to wait until, I'm going to say the 90s. I think it was the 90s when certain foreign players came over. There was the tall blonde guy that played for Arsenal, and they were just elite in comparison to British footballers. Their level of fitness was just extraordinary in comparison. Probably nothing compared to nowadays, but they were just head and shoulders above British footballers back then. And I remember Kevin Keegan being on Superstars, and you're a Liverpool fan, and he's your god. He's the greatest player, and he's like in last place or whatever. Yeah. But you got like that. Oh, look at this! My chat's broke. As soon as I went to, I'm gonna have to exit. This is like the 6th or 7th stream on the trot, folks. Hold on, I got to find a way out. Okay. Okay, I now have chat. I have got chat. I'm back to top chat though. Here we go, live chat. Let me scroll back. It's blooming cold here, says Jasper. Non habla. No hablo, if you want to say I don't speak, isn't it? But yeah, that's he kind of went with that, which is the he, she, him or her, you, polite. Yeah, no hablo español. I don't speak Spanish. But cloudy. What, here or where you are? UK Rich. Okay, I've got to scroll back. I look at all this I've missed because I was prattling on about footballers. What's going on? Don't beat anybody. Relax with a coffee. I'm not cooking coffees. I've got beer. No, there was arguing over here, and there was 6 Guardia Civil officers, and obviously I stick my head out of the tent to come around here and get set up, put my brolly up and the lights, and bring my lanterns out and put the camera in, and I'm walking around in front of all of these fucking Guardia. And you know my history with them. But the guy that caused it all, so there was like a traffic jam on this road. 3 locals are coming home from work or whatever, and the road's just blocked by the Guardia. And there's this guy at the bottom putting away his electric bikes and electric scooters and whatever. And he's a bit obstreperous. You could just tell he was a little bit, you know, he was a bit aggressive, and he was shouting at my mate Yolanda, and she was shouting down to him. Now I've got no idea what they were saying, but she said something about denuncia, which is a police report to denounce somebody officially, and I get the idea because there's not many houses down here, and where they would have been at the backs there. I'm guessing it's either her or her family that have called the police. For them to come to a specific incident down here. So what alerted me to it initially was I heard a car come down the road, and then I heard the doors, like, just after my camp, not far after. So I'm thinking, well, it's the police. And the car that I'd actually heard wasn't the police, but the police were further down the road, the Guardians. The distinction, look, they got blue flashing lights and they arrest you. If that's not fucking police, I don't know what is. That's pretty much, you can be a sheriff, you can be a Guardia, you can be a Guardia Civil, you can be a fucking whatever. If you've got blue flashing lights and you arrest people that break laws, I'm going to call you the police. I haven't got time for that. I don't understand those distinctions. There's 3 levels of police here in Spain. I don't get it. See, in Britain, we don't even have this local and national or federal. We don't have. They did invent one a few years ago, like a national police service to try and coordinate, because some drug gangs were exploiting the borders between different counties, where people were transporting drugs from one county to another, and the police kind of couldn't chase them or follow them because it took them out of their territory. So we did create like a national police force but to my mind it's still new. It's probably been 25 or 30 fucking years, but it's the same as the back pass rule in football, where the goalie can't pick up a back pass. To me, that's I can't get my head around that. That's not the game I grew up with. You could pick the ball up. These new rules that have only been around for 30 fucking years. Anyway, I'm scrolling. Water ban in the UK, said Jasper at some point. I think it's jumping forwards, folks. Okay. Tonight, good idea. It's cold. What's it? Yeah, it's jumped right to the bottom again. I don't like it. A pool of liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. I don't know why Liverpool's called Liverpool. Maybe we'll look that up. Hold on. It's worth knowing, isn't it? It's one of those questions. We've got a Liverpool, we've got a Blackpool, there's a Hartlepool. At Hartlepool, they strangle monkeys because they think they're French spies. I think that's the right place. I don't know whether that story is apocryphal. Liverpool name derivation. Gets its name from the Old English word lifer, meaning thick or muddy water, and pool meaning pool or tidal creek. First recorded as Liverpool with a U instead of a V around 1190. The name originally described a muddy tidal inlet of the River Mersey where the city was founded. Life, how does lifer mean thick or muddy water? Pool with some kind of accent over it, meaning pool or tidal creek. Now you know. Let's ask you about Blackpool and the other one, Hartlepool. Let's just, we might as well complete your education, folks. It's why you come here. Blackpool name origin, name derivation. Yeah, go on. It was named from a historic drainage channel known as Le Poul. That sounds very French. That drained Martin Mere into the Irish Sea. Because the stream flowed through peatlands, it discoloured the water, creating a black pool. Hold on. Peatlands in Blackpool. Blackpool had peat. The name first appeared in medieval times and was officially recorded as Blackpool with an E on the end in the Bispam Parish baptismal register in 1602. Today, this ancient dark stream, once found near what is now Manchester Square, has been entirely built over by the modern seaside resort. Okay, one more. Hartlepool. If you can think of any more pools, let me know. I don't know many. Hartlepool. Oh, is that not right? Hartlepool. I might have spelt it wrong. No, I got it right. It derives from a blend of Old English and Norse. It combines the Old English word hjort, meaning stag or hart. Okay, so that's a deer. And the Old English Norse pol or polar, meaning pool. So it's a stag pool or inlet. Together they translate to stag's pool, referencing a coastal bay or drinking pool frequented by deer. Now, see, if you remember, the village that I was born in, near Barnsley, is called Darfield. Field obviously means field, but Dar meant deer. A lot of places named after deer. A few places called Beverley, those are named after beaver, Beaverley. The actual animal, nothing sexual. Get your mind out the gutter. Farmer. Okay, oh no, bad connection. Me or you? Tell me if you've got the audio crackling. We have that a few times lately when I've disconnected, reconnected, and it's crackled for a while, but nobody told me. 68 or 69. Oh no, we're still talking about football. R.I.P. Kevin Keegan. That was UK Richie. Hello, my friend. I think I saw you before. I don't know if I mentioned you. Use the foot water for your clothes. The foot water. The foot water. Okay, I can't get there. I can't leave Tina alone long enough to go there. And it'll be turned off at the end of August as well. It's it's only there partially. Brute was gay scent. I don't know about that. If you're going to call Henry Cooper gay, he's going to, well, he would have punched you on the nose. This is a man who, did he knock down Muhammad Ali? He made him stagger at least. I don't know if he knocked him down. Now I've got to look something up again, haven't I? Hold on. Tina, stop it, darling. Have I got that right? Did Henry Cooper fight Ali? I think so. Henry Cooper. That's not how you spell Cooper. Knocked down Ali. Question mark. I was going to say no, it stunned him or knocked him. Knocked down Muhammad Ali, then known as Cassius Clay, in the 4th round of their first fight, June 1863. Ali beat the count, survived the round, and ultimately won the fight with a technical knockout in the 5th. Henry Cooper! He floored Cassius Clay. Later Muhammad Ali. The greatest, in my view. Well, okay. Let's talk boxing. He's the most stylish, the most revolutionary boxer ever. That whole float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, the dancing, the moving, the way that he avoided the punches. A lot of guys just stood there and took it. Ali dodged, and you literally, a lot of fighters just couldn't land a punch. He was fast. He was revolutionary. He literally, there's two periods in boxing for my money. There's before Ali and there's after. Now, Mike Tyson. The guy's a tank, and he's an animal, and is he a boxer? Did he box or did he street fight in the ring? For my money, Ali all the way. Or Clay, whatever you want to call him. But Tyson, there's no denying his rise to fame. I used to watch World of Sport on ITV on a Saturday morning or early Saturday afternoon, whenever it was. And they did an initial introduction. Hey, there's this young new fighter, and they showed like 5 fights, none of which went beyond like the second round. So in 10 minutes, they showed 4 or 5 fights, and then they came back like 3 weeks later. Oh, remember that young fighter we talked about a few weeks ago? Yeah, he's had another fight, and they showed it. And there's not 90 seconds, and bang, the other guy's out. And every couple of months, yeah, that young kid, and they'd show the fight again. Maybe they'd have a recap of the previous fights, and then, because there was never more than maybe 2 or 3 rounds to show of this latest fight, they'd recap they could show all the other fights in like half an hour. It was exciting. He was a demon. Is he a nasty man? Certainly the rape allegation and well, you can't even say allegation, can it? It was a conviction, would point to him being not a nice man. Didn't he also bite people's ears off? Was that him that bit Evander Holyfield's ear? That's not in the rules. Of all the moves that you can learn, your uppercuts and your your right cross and your jabs, and biting an ear off isn't one of the recognised moves. Don't know. Which way am I scrolling? Looks like washing poo rags. What? No free water? I don't have access to water, Jasper, no. I rely on friends bringing me it. There is a foot wash down the way, and in summer it is on. It's probably on by now, mid-July onwards. I would expect mid-July through August, and on September the 1st it will be turned off. But I have to take a trolley down there, and it's, what, I don't know, probably only 5-minute walk that way. It's about 500 metres. Yeah, probably 5 to 7 minutes that way. And then you got to stand there and push the button, fill up 4 8-litre bottles of water, put them back on the trolley and come back. Total turnaround time, if there's nobody else there, probably 20-25 minutes, maybe. And the water's undrinkable. Other people tell me at the other spots they've drunk it and not had any problem. This one gives me and Tina the shits if we drink it. I do have some purification tablets. But for washing it would be fine, but it's leaving Tina alone. The logistics. Probably possible. Are they poo rags? Where are we? What poo rags? No, that was my pair of shorts. That I had in the. It's a pair of like swimming trunks with a mesh. I mean, I wore them for months, and that mesh cut into my undercarriage. Something drastic. I don't know why they do a mesh inside. I guess it's because you're only wearing the swimming trunks for an hour or two, and they figure it doesn't matter. why they don't just use a thin material and cup your undercarriage properly instead of cutting into it with a wire mesh. Exterminate Daleks. The TARDIS. Okay, this is me finding my shorts in the TARDIS. Yeah. Some were made of concrete. Were they really? It was UK Richie arriving. Hi DM Tina and chat. I haven't introduced Tina yet, have I? Let me do that, and then I'll come back and thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already, and we'll do the proper intro shortly. We're 25 minutes in. You know that in the first hour I get 100, sometimes 200 people dropping in and looking, and they've got no idea what to expect. They just see a graphic online saying, come and talk to a tramp. Let's have a look. Hey, babe. Hey. Farmer. UK Richie. The peoples. Jasper. It's all the peoples. They're all here talking. Say hello, Tina. Why have you moved away? Hey, you were here nicely before. Look, your water's over here. I set you up alongside me here, and you've gone on, always under the brolly, folks. The brolly's over here. She's always under it. I don't know why. Fucking flies are annoying. Okay, back to me. The actual bloody star of the show. And you know it. I really don't like to show it, but let's have a look. Oh, power again today, folks. Oh, and I've got to be careful. I have left, in fact, I'm going to check on that now. I've left the fridge running because it was a little warm. It's more efficient to run it now than it is to run it like through the heat of the day. Hold on. Close that down. Fridge. Oh, disconnect. No, that's not the fridge. That's not even the right app. How did that just happen? I've got two devices telling me that they're both on 36%. So I've only got 72% between the two. Fridge, here. Did I misclick? Must have. Oh, it's on 4 degrees. That's close enough. I can save some power. If I leave it another couple of, let the temperature rise a little bit, say to 7 or 8 degrees over the next hour or two. When I run it in a couple of hours, it'll use a lot less power to do the cooling. Hopefully. But this is how much I'm struggling for power. And that's, I hardly ran the fan today. That's just the fridge. Just running the fridge and keeping a cold drink. Or two. Okay, I think I scrolled back as far as I needed to go. Water ban in the UK, said Jasper. Really, are we on hosepipe bans already? Cloudy. There was UK witchy arriving. Blooming cold here, says Jasper. He's in Germany. Germany should be warm. History of TARDIS police box. Some were made of concrete. So they weren't all just blue painted wood like Doctor Who. Are they poo rags? And I've already said they were my shorts. Dump and refill. What does that mean? Oh, you want me to throw the water away and rinse them again? I'm going to do that, but probably in the morning. It's mainly, it's just the sweat and the oils. Nobody's washed my clothes for me since last summer. R.I.P. Kevin Keegan, said UK Richie. Yeah, we covered that. I think you would have, yeah, you would have been here because that's early on. We're still talking about football. 69 or 68, said both Farmer and Jasper, but I don't know, I can't follow the link, I don't know the context. A pool of liver. We covered the naming of Liverpool. Was it some kind of brackish water? No, that was Blackpool that went through the peak. The liver one, the Liverpool, was some kind of muddy water, a muddy estuary on what became the Mersey. You're okay, stream running well. It's working again, okay. Just wondered what prompted Tuesday stream. Was it Guard? You're always welcome, just wondering. So, as well as the Friday and Sunday streams, and none of this is kind of fixed, it's all totally up to me. I'm thinking of starting a Delta Mike daily, but I don't know what I would do with it. But through the day, like 10, 11 in the morning or something. I'm even considering cooking some food sometime soon, just because I can't carry on not cooking. I've gone through all of the tins and things that Karen left, the jacket potatoes, baked potatoes if you will, the baked potatoes, the tins of spaghetti, all of the tins, those have all gone, and I'm biting into some other things that somebody else brought me. George, some of the jars and tins that George brought me. But sooner or later, I've got chickpeas, I've got lentils, I've got rice. I could make some kind of curry, a chickpea and lentil curry. If I soak them overnight, the chickpeas always take forever to cook. I struggle with the chickpeas. But if I cook them long enough, maybe for a couple of hours, well, get them hot and then turn the gas off. And in this heat, they'll stay hot. It's like that hay box cooking. Have you seen that? Where you get something hot and then you take it off the gas and you put it in an insulated box. It's like cooking in a thermos, that kind of thing, but I don't have a thermos. But I could cook some kind of curry, let it cool down and eat it when it's cold. A pasta salad, I've got pastas, I've got tins of tuna, I've got mayonnaise, I've got sweet corn. I could do something like that. It's the actual cooking part that I don't want to be here for. But I guess sometimes you got to be a grown-up and just get on with shit. Maybe. Where was I? I don't know what the question was. What prompted a Tuesday stream? Tuesday is like my fallback. That's like my third. I don't like to do a Monday because I've only just done a Sunday. And if you were here on Sunday, I fell asleep, didn't I? Don't watch the last 2 hours of that stream. Got no idea what happened. When I woke up, I didn't even realise that I'd not ended the stream. So I probably got up, had a piss, walked Tina, and then oh shit, I don't remember ending the stream. And I came back from walking the dog. I put Tina inside the tent. I came back, I went, oh fuck. The lights were fading because the EcoFlow was running out of power and the connection had gone bad. It was all very dark. And I said, oh shit, Tina's inside, but from Tina and from me, goodbye, and ended the stream. I don't know whether it was an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know how long I was asleep. It's not the first time. I think it's the third, possibly the fourth time I've fallen asleep on stream, including most notoriously the middle of the afternoon one time. That was the day that Ismo arrived from Finland on a lovely hot sunny day, and he brought me a bunch of cold beer. What could possibly go wrong, folks? What could possibly go wrong? Ismo. So yeah, it's just whenever I'm in the mood. Thank you to whoever donated. Did someone donate? Hold on. Not that I know of. Nothing here. I haven't turned off the alerts either. Let me just do that now. Let me quieten it down. It was probably just some other alert. I got no donations so far tonight, unfortunately. David, hello, good evening to you both, and to you, sir. German family name Mosse means peat bog, but also has a vulgar meaning. Mossy, it's just a little bit like moss. Does it mean dark? Swarthy? Perhaps black? Again, peat and black. Well, that, like Blackpool, could go together, couldn't it? The name Morse and Morris, the names Morse, Morris, the surnames, the family names, they mean swarthy, dark, black, if you will. Moors, the Moors, it's the same derivation. There's a town in Ireland called Bastardstown. Really? Wow. I wonder back in a period when being born out of wedlock, I wonder if they flocked together because they were shunned by the rest of society. I wonder if that's how it got its name. Is that? I've got a cat. Hold on. It's a big fat cat. White one. Let's see if I can get it for you. No, it's behind. It's just to the right of this tree. But it's... Oh, it's just back there. I can't... The grass is too tall. Tina won't like it. Is it going to come out and be visible? Where am I? I've lost my bearings. Where's my tree? There's the tree. It's going to be over there. I don't think I can get my hands up high enough. He was just stalking quietly through the grass. Not going to get him. Sorry. I was too... Oh! Look at that. You can see him. But you've got to be up over there. There you go. See that white above the there he is. He's moving. Now he's going out of view again. I still see his ass. His or hers, I don't know. I've always wanted to encourage the cats because obviously it keeps the other things away. But Tina has a different view on these things. I honestly, God, I cannot see nowadays. Without the glasses, I can't see. Atari ST, yeah, I think I took your question or your statement, but I didn't say hello. Hello, Atari. I guess he did. What was that? Hello, Mike. Oh, Hannah. Hello, Hannah. Tina. Hannah's here. Hannah. Did you see Tina? 21.20. It's currently 30. Oh, there is a PayPal donation now. Oh, Hannah, you didn't have to do. Did you do that just because I said no one had donated? You didn't have to do that, lass. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hello, hello. I will just make sure that you've seen Tina by putting her back on the camera. Tina, you got to say hello to Hannah. She's paid pennies. Come on, she sent us some monies. Dinero para Tina. Efectivo. That's not actually effectivo, not literally. All the different words for money, folks. Had an argument with someone once that they'd never seen or heard the word effectivo, and they'd lived in Spain 20 odd years. I asked them if they'd got a fucking Mercadona receipt, you know, like in their purse or in their handbag or whatever. And there it is at the bottom, if you pay in cash. Tarjeta is a card, and efectivo is cash. It's just like, fuck. 20 odd years in Spain. Worked in bars and shops. Gone to Mercadona 3 times a week, every week for 20 odd years, and had never read their fucking receipt. What do you do? Another town, Tubacurry. I guess it's going to be tuba curry, but tuba. Would the tuba be from potato? How do you spell that, tuba? That might be ER. Tubacurry, tuba curry. Town in Newfoundland called Dildo. Fuck. I mean, literally, fuck. How do you do that? Maybe the town predates the modern word? Oh, God. Do we do a bit of research? How old is the word? You come for the education, folks. I get accused of too much testosterone and stuff, but let's just... How old is the word? That word. Question mark. It's over 400 years old. Its earliest use in English literature dating back to the 1500s. The OED tracks the first documented appearance of 1590, so it's not, I mean, it's only just the 1500s. 16th century. English playwright Robert Greene. Does it have the same meaning? Whilst the exact etymology is debated by historians, largely believed to have evolved around the 15th, 16th centuries from the Italian word diletto, meaning delight, okay, or the Latin dilatare, meaning to open wide. Fuck. Do you want to get literal? The physical objects themselves are much older, dating back to prehistoric carved stone versions, dating back roughly 28 to 30,000 years. Well, hey! You live and you learn. To open wide and to delight. Okay. But the word itself is only kind of 400 or 500 years old. 440. Okay. Welcome, Atari. You're playing Space Invaders or Pac-Man. Oh dear me. Okay. That's the it was on Jimmy Kimmel Live. They're famous now. Anvil Metal Band used dildo on his guitar. So if you had the buzz going on the strings and into the pickup, I wonder what kind of effect that gives. Hey folks, you come here for the interesting stuff. Next thing you know, we'll be back on what were those Chinese eggs called? Virgin eggs, cooked in boy's piss. Just boxing takes the wind out of you. I don't think people understand the energy it takes to continually throw punches or even several in a row. Yeah, no, it wins you really quickly. Just taking a punch, even if not to the face. So if you punch someone's shoulders, you reduce probably by about 2/3 of the power that they can get into a punch, unless they're really, really used to it. So an actual boxer, an actual professional boxer. But your normal bloke, if you're stood like, you know, squaring up to some bloke outside a bar one night for some reason, I'm not speaking from experience, but if you look and see where his watch is, if his watch is on his left wrist, then you want to be punching his right shoulder, and punch it hard, and that's his big swing gone. And most people are going to lead. Idiots who are just fighting just go for the single big punch 99 times out of 100. You can reduce kind of by half, probably, or more. The amount of power they could get into a punch just by, it's basically a dead arm. Oops, I'm hitting my cable. Cornwall has some funny names. Yeah, Britain has a lot of funny names. Those guys, what they called map men, I think is their YouTube channel. The map men or just map men. They did a tour of all of the funny named places. I think they were the vulgar named places. But yeah, we've got a few. It's a waste to use drinking water. Could you take the large bottle to the sea and fill with seawater? Joby used to. He didn't have a dog to look after. And I'm not sure where he perched to reach in, because you can't just wade out into it. It's very rocky and stony and horrible. You have to find a ledge and reach over and in. And I haven't got the time to explore because, and you got to go down like almost a cliff, but just about walkable. You got to go down it, and then you got to carry the salt water back up, and you can soak in the salt water, but you can't wash properly in it because it doesn't lather. Why is this not glowing? Bad connection. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn this light on now, aren't I? And now I won't be able to tell whether it's charging properly or not. If that's the charging port, then the port for controlling it is over that side. Hold on, gotta ram that in. Lowest, highest, middle. Oh, I shouldn't even be using that one yet. Hold on, wait a minute now. Hold on. This is the backup lamp. Let's turn that back off. Make it so that I can see the red light, charging light. Put it out of the way, back over there somewhere, with the charging light visible. This has been charging in the sun for a couple of days. Oh. Top, medium, bottom. It's on medium. And the other one's gone off. Hold on. There is two. Is that on? That is on. For now. Okay folks, we'll try and make that work as best we can. Oh, I think this makes it worse, doesn't it? Having light behind me makes me obscured. I turn into a silhouette a little bit. Or maybe not too much. I don't know, I didn't mind that. The other day I thought it obscured me. Maybe I'm sat more under it this time. Scrolling folks, scrolling. Use on clothes, yeah. Are you me cut into your franzos? What? You me cut into your franzos. Walkies, Barbara Woodhouse, Walkies. I remember Barbara Woodhouse. She was an ace old bird. One of those British formidable old birds, like Anne Widdecombe kind of was. I'm not getting into her politics, but she was. I like the formidable women, the old girls that are, well, formidable. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. Sorry, that wasn't me. It faded out. I had to bring it back, and I had to reorient myself. Farmer says, welcome beautiful Tina. Hello good girl. She's a good girl for now. Thumbs up, like, out. Out. Jasper's trying to get me to use my I only use the out at the end. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike. Out. The star of the show is Tina, you know that, Mike. I do. Hello Zami, how's Fulham? Remember everyone, all messages selected indeed. Is there a laundry around up the road? There is. But the same problems of logistics as I have with everything else. It's not that far away. I go 2 blocks back, there's a bar, and just around the corner from it is a laundrette. Never been in it, never used it. It's the dog. I don't want to pay them to dry my clothes there as well, so it's going to be heavy to bring back wet. And if I've got the dog with me, what do I do for the half hour or hour while the laundry's doing? Do I go into the bar next door? If I take the dog with me, I don't know that I could get that far. I don't think we could get that far, seriously. And especially if I'm carrying let's say I've got a bin bag full of laundry, because if you're going to pay somewhere between 7 and 10 euros, you want to make sure you're getting enough washing done. And then coming back with an even heavier load because it's wet. And I haven't got the coins. I've rarely got cash. Occasionally someone will, when they do give me cash, it's notes. Logistics. Now in a month or two, when I get my life back, then these options become available. Fetching water from there, going to the laundrette, it all, going to the supermarket, going out to the park for an afternoon when it's too hot here. All these options come back, become available again. Right now, trapped in a field. I don't like talking about after she's gone. It's even worse because it'll be me deciding when. It'll be me, I was going to say pulling the trigger, that's not the right phrase, but it'll be as much as when I've had enough as watching to see when she's had enough. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. 68, you owe her one. I get the reference. I'm not rising to it. Was this Matey Boy? Was it a Brian Adams, The Summer of '69? Is that where where the topic came from? We have discussed previously on the channel, the song was definitely not about 1969. That ended up warm, you see. Without the ice, the Tinto Verano ended up warm. That was at 31. It's now 55, and that's the last. I've got to do the thing again, haven't I? It's almost certain that chat got stuck, and I've got loads of, yeah. I've got to go back to where Jasper said, you owe her one. Mick, the rip was said to have ripped a guy's testicle off in a fight. What rip? Chap had one exploded testicle in a violent incident. Oops. Use a solar still to make drinking water from salt water. Unbelievably, this week's been cloudy most days, all day, every day. We just haven't had the sun. I know exactly how to make a solar still. Large bowl of water, little empty bowl, say with a stone inside, some kind of plastic cover over the top and a stone or something, and the water would condense on the plastic and run down and drip from the lower end into the middle pot. That's one way. You don't get much, and we haven't had the direct sunshine in ever so long. This week hasn't really been sunny. It's hot and it's muggy and humid, but it's mainly been cloudy, which is one of the reasons that my solar's struggling. I mean, apart from the fact that my 2 solar panels are shit. What do you think, guys? Should I go back to Amazon with that? I'm thinking more and more that it should be a warranty claim, or a refund claim. You buy 2 100-watt panels, and after 3 or 4 months, you're only getting 30 watts. And the outside layer's peeling. They've not been abused or misused. I mean, maybe I've carried them around and have flopped about a little bit, but they're meant to be portable. They're lightweight. Any level of abuse that I've given them is overshadowed massively just by their physical deterioration. Anyway, I've got to scroll back to where we were. Bible says Earth 6K. Yeah, but the Bible's wrong. Chupacabra. Goat sucker. Life is useless without profanity. Intelligent people will tell you that the use of profanity expands the vocabulary, expands the emotional emphasis that you can give to words. Now, unintelligent people will overuse profanity, and all you'll hear from them is fuck, fucking fuck, 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 fucking fuck, 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 and that's not eloquent or erudite. But people that tell you not to swear, again, it's that speech control thing. I'm not a fan of having speech controlled by an outside force. If you control speech, you control, or at least you attempt to control thought, and I don't like that. Which is why I say the words, all the words, including those words. Mayo should be refrigerated. Yeah, mate, you've got no fucking clue. No. I've got squeezy supermarket mayo in this tent at 50 degrees for about a year, and it's all still good. I've never had any go. The only thing that's ever gone off here was I got some English salad cream, and that went off after about 3 months. It was probably a posh one. Probably Karen brought it, maybe. I've never had a condiment go off. They don't get kept in the fridge. They're not even kept in the cool. They're certainly not kept in the dark. And your ketchups, mayos, ranch, burger relish, never had anything go off. Except for this one salad cream recently. And I know that foreigners have never even heard of salad cream, but it's like mayo but more vinegary. But this was probably a posh one. It's probably Waitrose or something. Delia Smith or Hairy Bikers. Oh, I like both. But I like, you guys put me onto a bloke called Pete's Pans. He's currently one of my favourites. Most of his videos are kind of, they're the extended shorts, either 3 minutes or maybe 5 minutes. Most of them. Who else? Kirkwood. I can never, is it John Kirkwood? John Kirkwood. Try John Kirkwood. I'll try John Kirkwood and see if I've got the name right. And there's the dinner lady, she calls herself. I like her as well. A lot of these are kind of plain, down to earth, just good solid food. They're not fancy. If you want fancy food, you want to try the boys from Fallow, Fallow. Then there's Steve at Vivaldi. Again, he runs a restaurant, but it's simplified, down to earth. Half of his recipes are kind of for the restaurant. Half of his recipes are, this is what I would cook at home when I don't want to be all fancy. I'm going to type, hold on, I'm going to type John Kirkwood and see whether John Kirkwood recipes, yeah, that is his name. So on YouTube, John Kirkwood. Andy Cooks. There's one. He's one of the biggies. Oh, Future Canoe. You got to watch Future Canoe. I love Future Canoe. All hail the canoe. I can't even describe Future Canoe. You never see his face, and he never follows the recipe exactly. He will make weird substitutions sometimes. He will have ingredients where his chicken is fucking bright purple or bright green almost. He calls it radioactive chicken. He buys ingredients from these Asian, America have a different word, a different usage of Asian than we do. Asian means Chinese, typically to them. But he buys them from these Asian stores, and he's even showed inside, and you can see how unhygienic some of the things are kept. But he'll also tell you that sometimes he goes in and he's looking for ingredients, and they'll give him such good advice about how to prepare it and what to do and what to cook it with. So it's a bit of a mixed batch. Future Canoe. The guy had 20 or 30,000 followers. No, that's not right. I think he had 100, 150, something like that. And he made a beef Wellington. And a bloke called Gordon watched it and said how good it was. And within about a month, he's got 2 million subscribers. You know the Gordon, that one, Ramsey. And they had a bit of back and forth in the comments, and I think so. Gordon did a when they do a review, when they watch someone else's video, Gordon watched Canoe's video and commented on it, and then Canoe watched Gordon watching him, and so there was this back and forth. I love Future Canoe. There's the So You Want to Get Fat podcast. Why are we talking about food all of a sudden? Dearly Smith or Hairy Bikers? The Hairy Bikers, aren't they dead? One of them's dead. Is Delia still around? Didn't she go all alky? Supporting Norwich and going daft, and didn't she attempt to sing the national anthem really badly? A cooking video, says Jasper. I've got a whole playlist of cooking videos. They're all really bad. Mayo should be refrigerated. Oh, and it's jumped right down to the bottom. How far did it go? Oh, fuck, I am so far behind, because I thought I'd got to the end, and I was 20 minutes behind or more. Welcome, hello Karen. Hey Karen, you've probably left already. Anne Widdecombe's nickname in Parliament was Doris Karloff. It was, but this was probably the same time. Wasn't she under Michael Howard? Do you remember Michael Howard? He was like Dracula, and there was that big, he had the run-in with the guy who presented University Challenge, and he was a Newsnight presenter, and he got asked about 16 times about whether he'd overruled a prison governor on some issue, and he would not answer and would not answer and would not answer. Michael Howard. He's a very slimy character. Yeah. So I think she was under him in that department. That would have been the Home Office, wouldn't it, if it was to do with prisons? So I think it was because he was seen as kind of this Dracula figure. I think she inherited a knock-on nickname. I don't think it was anything she did directly herself. Queensberry rules. That's more about stuffing your testicles into things. Move to your right. You want me to move right and be brighter? No, I'm happy where I'm sat. Light behind you, good. I think I rang. Google woke AI won't answer questions which are profanity. The RIP was said to have ripped a guy's right. The rip. I don't know what that means. Stream connection okay, it's been fine so far, that's good to know. I heard one guy had an exploded testicle in a violent incident. They can, I don't know about explode. They can get tangled, can't they? If you get them twisted the wrong way around, it can cut off the blood supply and it's excruciating pain and it can go gangrenous. You can lose them by getting them twisted. There's a word for it. I don't remember what the word is. But yeah, because they're in there and there's a pipe comes in and there's a pipe comes out and that's about it. And they've each got a pipe coming in and out. But if you get those pipes twisted, it all goes bad. These are solar still. There are scumbags would go after testicles. Jab with your left, you distract them, then land a big right. That's one option. Or you can jab with the right, because that wouldn't be expected. They're waiting for the big right. Jab with the right, some kind of follow it with the left, and then. So I always preferred 3 or 5 punch combos. 2 is a little bit too basic. And only the idiot only the drunk outside the pub steams in going for the big right. That's usually telegraphed and you can see it coming a mile away. But the way to tell whether they're going to go left or right is well, obviously the stance, whether the left foot's forward or the right. That would be if they're doing footwork. But look for the watch, because that's usually on the non-dominant hand. So if the watch is on the left, they're going to go for the big right. And you can step around it, you can step into it, you can block it and follow with the same arm, or block it and go with the opposite arm. You get lots of block it and going with a headbutt. I mean, fuck it. It's not Marquis of Queensberry if you're in the street. If you've got proper pair of shoes on, like dress shoes, something with a fucking heel. Just stamp on the fucker's toes, stamp on the top of his foot, break the metatarsals and what have you. Bible is good, just don't take it in literal form. But mate, it's gospel. I mean, the clue's in the fucking name. It's supposed to be the gospel truth. I'm scrolling back. It's jumped, hasn't it? It's almost 10 here. It's almost 10 there, Mike, and still light out. God, how long ago was that? Now it's not light here now. It's only light because I've put the lights on. Oh, that was at 1:45. Yeah, we would have still had a turd in the garden so ancient it turned into white ash. Or you've got a malnourished dog or cat in the neighbourhood. White dog poo used to be a thing in the 70s. Ever since then, dogs seem to have been more well fed. You only get the white poo now. Tina did it once. She'd been ill. She'd had diarrhea for a few days, and then she didn't want any food for a day. And then the next time I fed her, and it came out white. It's a malnourished thing, one way or another, often. Earth only 6,000 years old. I don't believe that. How did we get to Chupacabra? Life is useless without profanity. Thank you, Hannah. You're wonderful. She is indeed. This is thank you, Hannah, for the donation. Yeah. I would before making my pasta salad, I would test the mayo. Any hint of either fizziness or lemoniness. If it's fizzy or citrusy tasting, those are the two main signs that something's gone off. So as soon as that hits your tongue, you get a fizz or you get that lemoniness that's not meant to be there. So again, the salad cream, that had a vinegariness, so that wouldn't have been the signal, but the fizzy, it had fizziness. Spit it out, throw it away. But yeah, I've not had condiments go off. Mustard, ketchup, all of them. I've got some UK brown sauce in there. I think it's HP, Houses of Parliament. I've also got a Swedish thing that's very similar. I was amazed. I think Swedish, could be Norwegian, Scandinavian anyway. I've got something of theirs that's very similar to an English brown sauce. I'm not going to say indistinguishable, but very similar. I was quite taken aback when I received it and when I tried it. My beer's gone warm. I've talked so long and it's so hot. What's the temperature still? I'm going to guess it's still 29. Let's have a look. 28. Yeah, I maybe should have only had one drink at a time. Drinking the other thing, leaving this sat here. I now need to... I'm about here, folks. Where are we? We're an hour and a quarter in almost. I still haven't done the proper intro. We're about an hour and a quarter in. I've got this much beer and it's going warm. So now I have to make an effort to drink it. Or I could put some Tinto Verano in here, and that'll be cold, and then add this or add some of this to it to make a kind of a fruity beer. I don't really fancy that. I did it the other night, maybe last night, whenever it was. I think I'm going to make an effort to drink it faster, just to annoy those of you that think that I am some sort of alky lush. I'm scrolling down now. I think I got back as far as I needed to go. Google AI don't like questions about profanity, but they answer questions about dildos. Google's no fun, it's woke. Thank you, Hannah. Indeed, thank you, Hannah. Life is useless without profanity. Where did Fama? How did we suddenly get the goat sucker? Chupacabra. There's no adult AI. Earth only 4K. Jasper, where'd that come from? Was there any Bible talk before you said that? I think you just brought... Oh, now it's jumped. Fuck. Oh, don't let be... I was thinking today... So it's been Is it 2 weeks ago today that Karen cut my beard and my hair? I think it is. I was thinking of running the hedge trimmers over it again. And then I was thinking, because I've got my nice new bowl, you saw me soaking the shorts before. And tomorrow, after those are washed, I'm going to put them on the clothes dryer for about a quarter of an hour, and then I'm going to put them on still wet. And then I'm going to put these ones in, and that water is going to be 10 times worse. Trust me. That water is going to be 10 times worse when these go in. Just because there's so much more material. They're kind of a thick cotton, maybe even a canvas, soaking up sweat for the last, what would it be, 2 months, 3 months? So I'll put those on, wash these, get these clean. I'll probably try and keep keep wearing the lightweight ones because they're kind of swimming trunks. Except I might have to cut the inner mesh out. I don't want... I'll see how I go with them. I'll try them for a day or two. But I'd rather not be putting these really heavy shorts back on until we get into September. Let's get out of August and into a slightly cooler. Somewhere halfway through September things will get a little bit cooler. Let's wait till then. And then I'll maybe put the heavy shorts back on. I'll also wash a few t-shirts tomorrow. A couple of months ago I washed 7 or 8 t-shirts and I've only wore about 4 of them, and kind of the others will be on the chair there somewhere, but other things will have gone on top. You don't need to know. Stomach of cow. Oh shit. Where are we here? Went dark fast. I'm going backwards, guys. Yes, the other hairy biker cooked the dead one on an open fire spit. He took 10 hours to cook. It reminds me, Andy Cooks is this famous, God, he's a New Zealander, lives in Australia and has travelled around the world and worked around the world, I believe. But have you seen that? You'll have seen the shorts. Babe, what do you want for lunch? And she just names something and then he cooks it. Everyone's seen those shorts. I'm sure everyone's seen those vids. Well, about 2 months ago, she kind of disappeared. She's not been in any of the videos. And he had the meat grinder out. So I made the comment, the obvious comment. Babe's missing. She's called Caitlin. Babe's missing. And Andy's got the meat grinder out. I think the police need to be checking his deep freeze. If anybody would know how to dispose of a body, it would be a chef with a butchering kind of knowledge. Don't you think? It's been 2 months and she's not back. She made one appearance the week after, but I think that was a pre-recorded video just to give him an alibi. Somebody needs to look into it. But food made at home is the best, whatever it is, like a nice garlic tomato sauce. But I don't get bay leaves. I don't understand bay leaves. I've never been able to detect. Put them in, take them out, throw them away. Can't taste any fucking difference. I don't get bay leaves. I don't get it. Is there, like cilantro stroke coriander, some people think it tastes soapy. Is there a thing where some people just can't taste bay leaves? Because I never have. I don't get it. It's like a fucking mystery to me. I'm still going backwards. Asteroids. Horizontal space shooter. Defender, wasn't it? Oh yeah, with the Pong. Gallagher, also known as Galaxian in different parts of the world. Gallagher, Galaxian, and then there was the other one, Phoenix. We had to battle the spaceship, and you had to shoot the create a tube up to the middle, and then fire up through the middle and kill the alien in the command of the spaceship. Steve Owens channel. Steve Owens, the Australian naturalogist. What's the word? Is that the word? Is that a word? The guy who was killed by a stingray. Some of the mayos have vinegar acidic in them, somewhat preserve the egg in mayo, but good practice to try to keep it cool. Galaxians, Atari. Have you thought of jumping trains and becoming a European hobo? I haven't, but that's mainly because disabled dog. In fact, dying dog, I'll be honest. What I do after, I don't know how to be homeless. I don't know how to do any of these other things. I don't. My mate Joby sets off on his bike. He's got his tent packed away. He's got his bits and pieces packed away, and off he goes. And he can just arrive in a new town, spot a piece of land, review it, decide if it's good enough or not, and then set up. And then go for a walk and go find somewhere local to go and do whatever. Play his musical instrument and busk. I haven't got that knowledge. I don't know how to do any of that. I went for big and visible and basically challenged the police and told them, no, I won't be moved on. This isn't camping, this is survival. And I was a bit of a, I'm not going to say I was a bit of a dick, but I stuck to my guns and said, this is not camping. This is not a hobby. Camping is a hobby activity. This is survival. I'm homeless. I want to be here. I want to be seen. I want these people walking past every now and again, not too often, but every now and again, one of them will stop and will say, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? Can I get you anything? Here, have a fiver. Here, have a tenner. Guys that are here on a stag do will walk down and they'll have a 12-pack of beer each, and they'll each give me 2 or 3 beers, and you know, and then it's cold beers as well. Maybe they've got a picnic and they'll break up. Maybe they'll give me a baguette or half a baguette and something to put on the baguette. All of that kind of stuff. These people in these houses at the top that are leaving the country to go home for 6 months because summer's coming and it's too hot, they'll come and bring me a bag of food because I'm visible. If I was hidden under a tree, if I was traveling around, it'd probably happen a whole lot less. I'm not your archetypal homeless guy. I don't have the drug, alcohol, or psychiatric problems that you would typically associate with the homeless. Cheers. I'll drink to that. Sometimes you have to hang a lantern on it, folks. But yeah. Oh, it's getting really warm now. It's getting that aftertaste that lager gets when it's warm. I wouldn't know anything about Spanish trains. I wouldn't know. I don't even think there are train lines through Torrevieja. There's nothing here. The trains don't come here. There isn't a thing. I think you have to get a bus to Valencia to get a train anywhere. Maybe Alicante. So Alicante is, what, probably 50, 60 kilometers that way? North, basically. I think there used to be a train line went past Torrevieja, but it would have been way inland. And it's defunct now, it's gone. Every now and again you'll read a news story about how they're talking about bringing one back. You alright over there, babe? I can't even reach you to cuddle you. If a firework went off, I couldn't even reassure you at this distance. Why are my glasses? My glasses are steamed up. I'm not sure why or how. And the that's not the right cloth. The microfiber cloth in my pocket is wet through with sweat. Because I'm wet through with sweat still at what's this? Coming up for 10:30. It is wet through. That's terrible. I assume therefore that we're approaching the dew point. 100% humidity. Somewhere close to it. I will check that if you give me a second, and then I'll get back. I want to get up to date with chat because I don't like being too far. You know, like half an hour behind or something, but I don't want to be too far behind. Still 28 degrees. 29. Hold on, it's 28 degrees. No, it's 29 degrees now. It's updated. It's hotter than it said it was. Oh, 29 feels like 34. Oops. I think in America you call that the heat index. We don't have that terminology over here. But yeah, because of the humidity and things, it feels like... Fuck off. What are you? One of those green beetle things. Caught in my chest pubes. It's only 83%. It's 83%. The dew point is 26. No, so it's 29. So I shouldn't really be picking up moisture yet. Another hour or two. It's 29 and the dew point is 26, which we will hit possibly 5 o'clock till 8. So things are going to be wet in the morning. Everything's going to be wet. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Middle of summer, why wouldn't everything be wet through? Have you thought that was Billy Joe? Hi Billy Joe. I don't know if I said hello already. I think I've read out a couple of your comments, but Galaxians Atari. Some mayos have vinegar, acidic, protects them a little bit, it does. Acid inhibits nasties, yeah. My friend is a retired chef and still bonkers about food. He keeps cooking for me, it's great. He's into Filipino food but knows world foods. Oh, here's another one. Backyard chef. Rick, R-I-K, there's no C in it, I don't think. Rick, backyard chef. There's another. I should make a list of these folks. Somebody list all the ones that I've said. What have I said? So we had the boys from Fallow. I didn't start with those. We had John Kirkwood, the dinner lady, John Kirkwood, Andy Cook's Future Canoe. There's another one. That guy can cook. He's a little bit mental. He keeps beating up his old fridge out in his back garden. Backyard, if you will. That guy can cook. I think he's called Sonny. S-O-N-N-Y. In his early videos he had hair and he looked really bad with it. I'm not sure whether it was a syrup. It could have been a syrup of fig wig. I'm not sure. Then he got rid of it and went bald and he looks a lot better for it. We got, did I mention Andy Cooks already? Maybe. And then you've got Drew Cooks. Is he Drew Cooks official? Certainly Drew Cooks. I think that'll get him. He does shorts and he you can't see it, but he stood on a step ladder off screen and he jumps and he lands. And he's not young. He's like got a grey beard and whatever, but he lands heavily on the fucking floor. Oh! And most of his meals just involve a slow cooker and pouring shit in, and then he pretends to type the settings in on the lid and then just sits and waits. And he does a thing where he pretends he's got things in his pocket, but it's camera. He finishes the meal and he'll take his hand, which has already got the cilantro, coriander or whatever in it, but he'll go, and if you've got some cilantro in your pocket, sprinkle it on, make it fancy, and scoop up a big old bite and put the whole thing in your mouth. Very funny. It's all in the editing. Most of those, it's American. The recipe basically involves pouring 3 cans of some kind of soup or sauce, or you know, there'll be enchilada sauce, there'll be taco sauce, there'll be this sauce. It's put some meat in, put a load of these 3 or 4 different fucking sauces, put in about 100 weight of curry powder or barbecue powder or whatever. You know how Americans are for overdoing it with. This is why they find British food bland. They've got the rumours, the stuff that goes back to the Second World War where we're on rationing. But B, their taste buds are so over exercised, overstimulated. Because if you watch them put barbecue rub on meat, whereas we buy a little jar of something and we sprinkle it and we've used like a 10% of the jar. They get a canister this big and use half of it. They don't taste the fucking food. They only taste the shit that they smear over it. In my humble opinion, you may disagree. Feel free. It's allowed. But I might ban you. Kidding. Retired chef keeps cooking. That was Billy Joel. Gallagher Atari. Oh yeah, then were the days. Pong. Asteroids. Pong. Those early games. Pong. Asteroids. There was a few others, and then space. You had the submarine one where you were, you had to take a shot at a ship. You were the submarine with the periscope. I think that was before asteroids and things. It was very basic. And then you had a basic racing game, and then it went a little bit more colourful, and you got these space invaders. And then it developed from there with your Gallagher stroke Galaxia and your Phoenix. The sideways one that we were talking about earlier that I can't remember the name of now, but I knew back then. Defender. You could fire lasers across, and you could drop bombs down. Yeah, those were the days. Those early days of the computer games, the arcade games, with your 5p or 10p. Yeah. Scrolling, I think I'm coming forward still. Horizontal space shooter. Okay, Atari ST mentioned asteroids quite some time ago. 4 minutes past and we're now on past, so yeah. Food made at home is the best. I think I read that already. Garlic tomato sauce bay leaves. Your different names of your pastas. I don't know them. There's your tubes and there's your twists and there's your tagliatelle and spaghetti. Then you've got your tubes, your twists, and your bow ties. That's about that's how uncouth I am. I don't know the different names of pastas, for fuck's sake. I've got better things in life to remember than the names of pasta. Basically, they're all the same recipe. It's all just egg yolk and flour. Some of them will have a whole egg and some egg yolk and then flour. Flour and water is bread. Flour and egg is pasta. Flour and a fat gets you some kind of like a suet dumpling or some such. Flour, sugar and butter gets you something resembling a biscuit. Flour, sugar, egg and milk gets you something resembling a cake. Milk, egg, sugar gets you a custard. That's about all you need to know, isn't it? You're just shuffling proportions and cooking times after that. No? What else is there? There are some ratios you can learn to make it easier and guide you in more quickly into these various things. But if I was teaching like a teenager to cook, those 4 or 5 things that I just listed will get you there. If you were off to university and didn't know the first thing about cooking, what I've just told you would get you a good start. You'd have the guys or girls in your apartment block, whatever they call them, in your student accommodation. You'd have everybody happy. Cheap food. made from a bag of flour, some butter, some milk, some egg, and a bit of sugar, if I hadn't said sugar already. What more do you need to know? Sprinkle some chocolate powder or some coffee powder into your cake mix, and or some vanilla, a bit of vanilla essence. That'll take you a long way, either in your custards or in your cake mix. But these are just additions. These are just little extras. Learn how to make a basic ragu or a pasta sauce. Whether it's a what's that one called? Marinaro, whatever that's called. I think that's is that more or less, and you can fudge this around a bit, but it's just onion and tomato, yeah. If you go with a full sofrito, the tomatoes, I was going to say garlic. It's not technically in the proper bolognese recipe, but let's not talk technicalities. But yeah, stick some minced beef, brown some minced beef, and then do all the other stuff I just said. Do your sofrito, a little bit of red wine, sofrito, a little bit of garlic if you wish. Red wine, reduce the red wine down by half. Add your meat back in, stick some tomatoes in, and a broth, a stock, whatever you want to call it, and you're away. You feed the entire fucking student block for like a $5. You could feed like 20 people for £5, euros, dollars, whatever. In European prices. American prices are off the scale, fucking stupid. You only have to watch these reaction videos to see American food is at least double the price of British/European food. I don't know why. I think it's just because you've got the money. Because you don't cover your healthcare costs in your taxes, you're left with the money in your pocket and you feel like you've got lots of money, and therefore you spend lots of money, is my guess. I'm scrolling. The other hairy biker cooked the dead one. I think I read that already, Billy Joe, yeah. After swimming at Leisure Centre 1980s, I was playing space shooter games. Yeah, me as well. Yeah, and on a campsite. Maybe even late 70s. Space Invaders. Oh, and I haven't mentioned Pac-Man at any point so far. I think someone else mentioned it. I read it out. Pac-Man was revolutionary in its own way, wasn't it? It was a change, the maze kind of game, and then you had, was it called Berserker? Or just Berserk? Run, run, humanoid. Yeah. You had these kind of dustbin-shaped kind of robots firing lasers and talking to you in that Dalek kind of voice. Run, run, humanoid. I think it's called Berserk. And the pinnacle of all of this, two games, two machines that were the pinnacle in different ways. Mach 3, which was a Laserdisc based game. The graphics were kind of pre-rendered and it was all read by laser, basically from an early DVD kind of setup. 20 years before DVDs existed. Laserdisc. And you flew around and you're flying, you had a choice of different planes, whether you were a fighter or a bomber. And the graphics it was wonderful. Gameplay wasn't that great. It was all a bit too hectic, a bit too much, and you weren't really that much in control. Your joystick movement was selecting what track to be played from this video player. It wasn't really as real as you wanted. But it was fantastic to look at the time. And then the driving game, Something Run. Was it Something Run? The first time I watched it, I'm watching another guy play it, and he's going up a hill. I literally stood on my tiptoes to try and see over the crest of the hill. What was that called? Something Run. I'm sure it was Something Run. It's all set around American, I think California and stuff. There was beach, there was sea, and I can hear some of the noises, the audio. I can hear it in my head right now. I'm sure I knew the name of it 10 minutes ago. I'm going to have to look it up, aren't I? This would have been about 1985 or 1986. At least that's when it came to Morecambe. I'm going to put 1986 video game, car, what was it, car race over kind of hills and terrain. And you could select the audio that was playing. That's it. 1986 Paris Dakar Rally. No, it wasn't that. No. Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. No. Maybe I've got the year wrong. You see, because I'm going when it arrived where I was. Hill Climb World Rally Championship. No. That's annoying because I do know the name of it. If I saw the name, I'd get it, but I want to say California terrain. I'm going to say California. Terrain. Has anybody got this Baja 1000, Baja Desert? No. It's an arcade. Have I said? I haven't. I said video game. I haven't put the word game in there. I should stick the word arcade in as well, shouldn't I? 985 arcade video game. I'm an idiot. And now it's just not talking to me. It's had enough of me. I don't even know that 85 is right. Can I just say 80s? Sorry folks, I'll be right back with you once I've had enough nostalgia. Outrun. I said it had run in the fucking title, didn't I? Outrun, 1986. Okay. I loved that. When I was swaying, I was standing on tiptoe trying to see over the fucking hill. It had all the parallax, it had all the Outrun. I said it had run in the name. I knew it. I've just went like, okay, yes, Anne said there was something of the night about Michael Howard ending his leadership. Yeah, something of the night about him. He was kind of a spooky looking, wasn't he? Now, I was oblivious to race/religion. This was the first time I became aware that the Jews, and it was other people making accusations and saying things. I had no clue that like half the cabinet were Jewish. And then Spitting Image did a glorious piss take So let's say that like somewhere between a third and half the cabin are Jews. But then Spitting Image come along. So for anyone who doesn't know, Spitting Image were these puppets taking the piss out of the politicians. You had a Margaret Thatcher puppet and a Michael Howard and all these other characters. And they said, yeah, the British government's been infiltrated by this outside force. I think they said the English government been infiltrated by this outside force. Parliament has been invaded. And you're thinking, oh, this is the Jew. That's what you're thinking, because that's what's been in the news all week. One of the newspapers must have done a rundown of all the you know, the MPs or the senior politicians or the cabinet ministers that were Jewish. So this is what you've been kind of pre-programmed with. And then they said, yeah, they're all fucking Scottish. And it was right, like a significant proportion of Westminster was, you know, was Scottish, and the cabinet and things. Yeah, that was funny. Buster Gonads. Okay. Count. Have you watched any good movies? Oh God, I tried to watch some more of Diamond Geezer. I don't know whether you'd class them as movies. British TV. There's this channel. I don't know what it's called, but it seems to have whole seasons of old series from the 60s, 70s onwards, and some of these one-off, like these major dramas. David Jason seems to be in a lot of things. But I watched this program today that was a barrister, 1971 it was, set in, and or made, and it's really good, like a court drama. Can't remember what it's called. Ask me next time. I'll try and make a list of stuff that I watch as I watch them, and feed you in, and I'll list the channel. Something in my eye. So I haven't watched much in the way of films. I still haven't finished La Brea, the sci-fi thing I've been watching. I got halfway through the second season and I've stalled on it again. The whole thing's downloaded. I don't know why I'm not watching it. I got this thing where I download something onto one device, and then so I spend as much of my time as possible watching the tablet, just because bigger screen, and it's my internet connection. So the phone I would tend to use through the night because I'm listening to it, but I've got my eyes shut. I'll fall asleep, I'll wake up, I'll roll back to the last bit that I remember and carry on with whatever. And that tends to be these sci-fi stories where there's nothing to watch. Most of them just show stills, and maybe they'll put some kind of fucking snowflakes or something over the picture just to be silly. Just to waste bandwidth. If they showed one still the entire way through the video, you download it once, and then because it's digital video, every now and again there'll be a stopped frame, but you're only downloading one frame in every few hundred, and then you're just getting the changes, and if it was a still, there wouldn't be any changes. There'd be no data to get. But because they put these fucking animations across, it forces you to download. So I changed my settings down to 144p, the lowest settings. See, because you can't turn the video. If you downloaded the video first, you could play it in VLC and turn the screen off and just listen to the audio and just save yourself a lot of battery power. But YouTube doesn't let you do that unless you pay for the premium, and I'm not in a position to commit to paying, I don't even know what it is, €7, €10 per month for YouTube Premium. Just not in that position, am I? Next week should finish that, and then somewhere just before 2 hours I'll be able to get a second beer out. But you get what you need. The Stones. You don't always get what... Was that one? Went dark fast, it did. That was at 10 past 10 that you said that. And I'm 40 minutes behind. I was told white poo was from dogs fed on tripe, but that may be BS. I think so. Tripe is quite nutrient rich, nutrient dense. Any kind of offal is more nutrient dense usually than the meat itself. Gets sold cheap because a lot of people just don't like the idea of it. Tripe is the stomach of an animal. Cows mainly, I believe. One of the stomachs. They've got 3, maybe? It's one of the stomachs. I don't know. I don't know how that all works. I've never... That whole ruminant thing. They obviously they chew it and it has its first fermentation, and then it gets passed to a different stomach. They kind of burp it up and regurgitate it and swallow it back down into a different stomach. I think that's how it works. And there's a smell associated with the process if you're in the field while they're chewing the cud, as it's called. And then I don't know how it works into the final stomach and out. And I don't know which of the stomachs you're eating when you eat tripe. I don't know if it's just one of them, I don't know if it's all of them. 2 of them, I've no idea. I'm not David Attenborough. White dog poo is definitely what I said before. What's the word? Malnutrition. That could be temporary malnutrition, like I said, after a dog's been ill, but it could also be the long-term stuff. In Britain in the 70s, there was a lot of dogs just roaming about. You know, the owners just didn't look after them. Tell us what games you play, Mike. Oh, there's an interesting question. So, I saw that Meow Duco or whatever it's called, yeah? Like Sudoku, but with cats. I loaded that up the other day. I've got a folder on the phone, just on the phone and the tablet, called like stupid games. And every now and again I'll download some of these freebie games. I love those ones where they advertise and the soldier's on the bottom and he's firing and there's a horde of baddies coming, and he upgrades guns and gets extra soldiers to be with him. My problem with those games is that's not the entire game. That's one aspect of the game. And after you've scored some points and built up some gold bars or bricks or whatever, then there's this other build a base, protect a base. I got no interest. I like the one in the advert. I want to play that. The soldiers firing and times 10 and bigger, and if you can shoot this other thing 1,000 times, you get a mech armor kind of thing, and or a tank or a fucking airplane. I like those, but that's only one half. Every one of those that I've tried, it's only one half of the game, and they never show you the other half because that'd put every fucker off. So I've tried those. But the Meow Doku, so Sudoku, but with these cats. You can only have one cat in any line and in any row and in any column. So once you've got one, and then there are these coloured blocks, and there's only one in that set of coloured blocks. So if you can rule out all of that colour except for one, it has to be a cat, and then you can rule out the row and the file. And nothing around it. So using logic, you can just work out. You narrow down the options and work out where the next cat has to be. I quite like that. It's a silly pastime thing. There's the one with the different coloured buses. There's like a car park and it's all jammed up. And there's some people coming out of buildings. The people are all different colours. You have to get the right coloured bus to the top, and then the people get on the bus and fuck off, and there's only so many parking spaces for buses, and the buses can't ram into each other. You can only send one out that's on the edge. Similar game with the arrows. It's that. It's tosh, it's silly, it's useless, it's rubbish, and I quite like it. So those are the games that I play. That's a load of tripe. It would be. It would be. What about light? L-I-T-E. Light. Lungs. Animal lungs. Is that where you're going? Part of haggis. Light is lungs. Sheep's lungs, I believe. It's just another type of offal. It's all good. I think they have to be careful with sheep because of a disease called scrapie. That might be the brain. That's one of those prion diseases like mad cow disease and Creutzfeldt-Jakob. I believe that's the case. Scrolling. Tripe cleaned with tomato sauce and potato. Soaked in, wasn't it another one that they used to soak in milk like they do with liver? To take any bitterness or harshness away, and then serve it with whatever you want. Tripe and onions was a big thing. 70s, 80s when I was a kid. Tripe and onions. Someone walking past. Big bag slung over their shoulder. Maybe 2 bags. Homeless, maybe. If you see someone with 2 or 3 like Mercadona bags on their shoulders at a time when Mercadona shut, chances are they've been doing the bin rounds and they're bringing back their haul to wherever they're at. Stomach of cow or sheep. Homebrew, Mike, says Jasper. I made homebrew once. Ginger beer or ginger wine, however you want to delineate that particular. Ginger beer, ginger ale, ginger wine, however you want to delineate that mess. I'm not getting into that conversation. But yeah, I've made that in the past. I don't have any ginger at the minute, I don't think. I'd have to look through these various bags that I've got laying around. I need to have a clear out of this food that's laying around, folks. I went in a bag today and there was something dried up and just crusty in the bottom of a bag, and it took me a while. I still don't know what it was, but it's a piece of fruit that's gone bad at some point and has gone so bad it's rotted, it's probably had flies around it, and now it's just crusty in the bottom of the paper bag. Orange, lemon, who knows. Sheep stomach needs to be well cleaned, well soaked. Lining of a cow soaked sheep stomach. Father used to eat it. Chupacabra is not what you said. It is. It literally, it's Spanish. Cabra, cabron is goat, cabra, and chupa means to suck. Chupacabra is a, what do they call the mythological beasts? The cryptozoology, there's a word that begins with crypto. South America, they keep finding like dead goats and stuff, and they allege it's the chupacabra. Chupa chups, those are lollipops that you suck. Chupa chup chup. To suck, and cabra is derived from goat. Mythical creature in Mexico, yeah, but it literally means goat sucker. Yeah, it is mythical. Cryptozoology, like Yeti and Bigfoot and Sasquatch and all of that. Evening all bad day, so just watching quietly. Oh, Andy, do you need some counselling? We can do a therapy session, mate. Come and talk to a tramp. It's what I'm here for. We'll keep it just between ourselves. We won't tell anybody. Nobody's going to see. Look at this. We're 2 hours in. I've run out of beer in this can, and I haven't done my intro yet. Let's solve all of that. In what order? I'll go get a beer. Tina, where are you? You're not too far behind me, darling. You could get hurt. I'll be back in about 30 seconds, folks. It is just a beer. Oh, ouch! Pulling the trousers out. Okay. The beer has been retrieved. Oh, I could have disposed of that more politely. If I'd done it when I went rather than after I got back. No, missed. I missed the bin. Okay, folks, let's do the fucking intro. It's only 2 hours late. We've probably had 200 visits already. And I didn't do the thing. Okay, folks, you are watching the channel. Okay, you're watching the channel Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero, your host. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Someone who's homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the street, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately, in a tent in a field nowadays. That's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Population about 150,000, depending on how you define the geographic area. That takes in some of the surround and some smaller towns on the suburbs. It's a conurbation, so there's no gap between Torrevieja and La Mata. It's all one run, and some of the other places as well that are close by. But that's the channel, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. The program, TrampCast Hangout. TrampCast is a show I used to do where I detailed 7 days in the life of. But this is not that. This is a derivation from that, a variation from that. Just me and you, just a select few of us chatting. You type, I talk. Usually, you'll type something nice and meaty, and I will go off on a rant for 15 or 20 minutes, and when I come back, I'm an hour behind in chat. Sound familiar? That's this, TrampCast Hangout. Let's get back to it. I have just turned the fridge back on. It was on 11 degrees, which is way too warm. But it will run now. Once the temperature drops a degree or two, it doesn't have to drop too far. Suddenly the fridge will be running on 30 and 40 watts instead of 60, 70, 80 watts. We're here for you, Andy, though. Andy said evening all bad day, so just watching quietly. We're here for you, mate, if you want us. Hopefully I can just provide some entertainment. And there was a YouTuber that looked like Terry Fuckwit. I hear the name Terry Fuckwit. I've got no idea from whence it heralds. There's Farmer. Look, welcome, Andy. Hello, maybe we can make it better. Atomic Shrimp loves Tripe. I love Atomic Shrimp. I haven't watched for a couple of weeks. I saw like a couple of titles of videos the last few Saturdays, last 2 Saturdays maybe, and the titles just didn't appeal. But the thing is, sometimes he'll cover 3 or 4 things and the title doesn't cover everything. So maybe I should give him a... I've been watching Weary Wolf today. I like Weary Wolf. He keeps doing these challenges, these food challenges, whether it's Second World War, the Dig for Victory kind of garden, and the meals associated therewith, and rationing and things. Cooking meals just from his own allotment, or £1 per day challenges. Today it was £1 per meal for a week. She had to cook 21 meals for £21. And to be honest, he had so much left over, it was almost embarrassing. £1 per meal is extravagant if you do it properly. If you buy pasta and rice, different tins of beans and either soups or tomatoes or something to go with it. He had some fruit and veg, he had apples, he had lettuce, he had celery and carrots and potatoes and sweet potatoes. He had 1 kilogram of sweet potatoes. The guy had so much flexibility and so many options and so much left over. The bloke's called Carl, really nice bloke. Chat with him quite regularly on there. Weary, as in tired, W-E-A-R-Y, Wolf Adventures. He also has Weary Wolf Allotments, I think, and Weary Wolf Outdoors. He's trying to separate out some of his content. So his allotment stuff goes on the allotment channel. He's fishing and outdoors, and he tests MRE meals and cooks on, you know, little gas stoves, little portable gas stoves. Those are going on his, oh God, what did I say? Weary Wolf Outdoors, Weary Wolf, yeah. So Adventures is his main channel, Weary Wolf Adventures. Weary Wolf Outdoors is his fishing and prepping kind of stuff, and MREs and things. And Weary Wolf Allotments is his newest channel. He's just starting to hive off all of his allotment stuff over there. And the bloke, my God, this guy's got a work ethic. So this guy's got a full-time job as a delivery driver. He does as much overtime as he can as well. He's trying to support his wife while she goes through uni, and they've got kids and everything. He's running an allotment, and he's doing all the YouTube videos, and then he does his cookery challenges and edits all the videos and everything himself. He's got a lot going on. Don't know how he does it. Just need to switch off my brain. That's what I'm here for. You can switch off yours, and I'll just try and keep you kind of, maybe entertained isn't the right word. I'm not sure I'm an entertainment channel, but can't be so bad, Andy. An argument, mess up at work, embarrassing situation. Just think of the cyclospora outbreak in the US and you'll feel better. Yeah, America's all got the shits. And the FDA have backtracked on who they said it was. Taco Bell's lettuce, they said, and they named the producer a big industrial farming company. And now they say, whoops, that was a false positive on the tests, but we still think it's them because the epidemiology all points that way. So everyone who goes to Taco Bell, I guess, gets the shits. But the lettuces that they've tested, they thought tested positive, but a backup test says not. So it's Taco Bell, probably, but it might not be the lettuce. So it could be like the onions or the tomatoes or the whatever else. And there's this huge recall underway of the lettuce, and the recall's going ahead. Even though the evidence doesn't support it, or it's not like an affirmative, it's not a conclusive. So that's all. It borders on politics, doesn't it? Because apparently, when Elon Musk and what have you was deciding what departments to close down or to or to cut back on or whatever. The food testing people was part of what they cut back on. So the whole Trump administration's getting the blame for, hey, you've cut back on these food tracing and tracking and whatever measures, and now we've got this outbreak. Here's the thing: these outbreaks have happened before, when there was a full testing and whatever group. So it's not quite that clear cut, is it? But politics, once you start bordering on politics, but also this big farm group, I can't remember the names, it's something or other farm, that is the name of the company, grow all their lettuce in Mexico, and they made a big donation to try and get the red tape reduced. There's new laws going to come in about the tracking and tracing of food, and they wanted it putting back and postponing, and they made a big donation, and then it got postponed and put back a year or some such. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, folks. I'm sure it's a coincidence. Yeah, explosive diarrhea is not fun. Don't ask me how I know. Away from the Matrix for a bit. 99% of the time I like to lurk and chill, but it's nice to chat with all you guys and gals. Yeah, UK Rich is usually in the background there. Along with Jack Attack. He's probably in the background there. Make yourself known, you cunt. Dealing with a lot of admin bollocks at the moment, solicitors, etc. pain in the arse. Oh man. I had a court case once, and one of these ones, the guy wanted me to build, well, it's going to be kind of like Facebook, but with a bit of Amazon. Okay, what's your budget for that? He wanted to have a separate website for each American state, each county within the state, and each city within each county. So he wanted this massive index of basically thousands of fucking and he wanted all these separate domains. He'd bought a domain for each thing. He'd bought a domain for everything, and he wanted kind of one website, but he wanted it all synchronized with all these different domains. And he paid me an initial 1,000, and then he came by and paid a second 1,000. And then he expressed that he wasn't happy with something, and we weren't happy. The amounts involved for what he was asking for, and I offered to wrap up everything that we'd done so far so he could fuck off and take it to someone else, which we packaged it all up, but then he reneged on his part of the deal. We wanted like an assurance. We wanted a signed document, like here's our offer. I'll give you one of your 2,000. I'll give you £1,000 back, and I'll package what we've done, and you agree. You disclaim and say that you're not going to take us to court. And he said yes, but then he reneged on it. We never got the paperwork, and then he wanted me to send the money back. So he'd sent the money to us, and we'd asked what's the legal entity that's paying, and he'd named a limited company that he owned. Okay, we're dealing with this limited company, this private company. And when we said we'll send you the refund, he wanted me to send it to his wife, and we're like, we can't do that. It has to go back to the limited company. The money came from a limited company. When we refund, we can't send that. That could be money laundering. That you send us money here and we refund it there. That's not how it works. We have to send it back to where it came from. But that company's not even trading, he says. And we're like, it is. It traded. We asked you categorically, what's the legal entity that we're dealing with? Is it you? Is it a company? Name the entity. And you named it. So that company traded. It is a trading company. Whether it's trading legally or not, that's not my... I can only refund the money back to the entity that's... So I was fully willing to like refund him and fuck him off, like sack the customer, sack the client. He agreed to it, and then he got funny, and so then he takes us to court. And because I've made this offer of paying the money back, the judge said, okay, yeah. And I know that business law, I did a business degree that had business law. I know about offer acceptance and consideration and the formation of a contract. My problem wasn't that I didn't want to refund it. I didn't want to refund it to a third party that had nothing to do with the contract. So I went to court and argued. My first argument was that the person who took me to court was the bloke, not the company. That should have scuppered the case entirely. It's the wrong entity. But the judge says, well, what we'll do is we'll just add him. We'll add the company. I'm like, how can you do that? And actually, I could have protested. It turns out I could have protested. There's case law. I could have protested and quashed that. But they went ahead with the case, and I was unprepared because that was my legal masterstroke. The case should not proceed because the party bringing the case wasn't a party to the contract. But the judge just enjoined the company. Okay, and we go on, and it ends up I have to pay the $1,000 to the company. And he's like, but the company's not trading. The judge looks at him. Yes, it is. It traded. You sent money to him. He asked, before writing out the invoice, I asked, what's the legal entity we're trading with? You, private person, you a sole trader, or a limited company? And he named a limited company in the paperwork. It's in the contract, it's in the invoice. So the judge looks at him and says, yes. So I have to send him £1,000. And I said, well, what about the work that needs packaging up and sending to him? The judge said he was silent on that. His claim didn't include that, so don't bother. So he got his $1,000, which I'd offered and was, happy to pay, but it had to go back to... So, I don't know if you know this, when you write a check, it has 2 lines and it says something like payee only, but you can add extra instructions. So a normal check can be received and then you can write someone else's name on the back, and kind of the recipient can write someone else's name and pass it on to someone else. But there's an instruction you can write on the check to stop that happening. So what did I do when I wrote the check for £1,000? I wrote, I can't remember the wording now, but there is in those 2 stripes that go through the check, and it says payee only. You can write this extra terminology, this extra verbiage, and it means literally this check can only be paid into a bank account in that name. And I wrote it in his company's name. He didn't have a company bank account because he wasn't trading. He'd paid me cash when he paid me, but he wanted to be big and clever, and so he'd named a company that he'd set up but not done anything with. And I think he was a disbarred director. He had to spend months getting someone else to sign up as a director of his company so that he could cash a check. He took it to the bank that morning. As soon as he got it, he took it to the bank, and the woman said, I'm sorry, I can't cash this. He tried to nominate like another payee or whatever. I can't remember what that's called, when you write someone else's name on the back of a check. It's not defer, but it's something like that. Anyway, long story short, it took him 3 months to cash the check. He had to get some people to stand in as company directors. He had to set up the bank account, and then it had to go into that bank account's funds. So he got half his money back. He didn't get the work because the judge said, "Fuck off! No, you didn't ask for the work in the lawsuit." And but going back to the stress and the strain of having this shit was on my shoulders for about 4 months. At the same time as I had some other shit going on as well. More stressful time. This guy, he almost got himself arrested. He got awarded the 1,000 because I'd made the offer, and it had been accepted. I disagreed because they'd tried to finagle the money off into a third party for some kind of weird money laundering thing. But he got awarded that, and I was like, yeah, fair enough. You know, we were going to pay that anyway. We were offering to pay it. I just needed to make sure it went to him. So we to that company. We made sure it did. Inconvenienced him for months. But when he the judge he's done the awarding and he's made his decision, and he explained why, offer acceptance, all of that. Okay, I offered the 1,000, he said yes, so it's a done deal. But then he starts to add up interest for the 4 months and other fees and printing costs and all, and then the judge stops himself. He didn't like the other guy. He could see what was going on. And he said, oh, hold on. He starts adding it up. And then he says, oh, hold on. That's at my discretion. No. The guy's printed out like this. His legal pack is every email, every communication we ever had. And you have to have like 3 copies of it. One for him, one for me, one for the judge. The guy spent about 200 quid on printing with the paper and the ink and everything. And then there's all the time that he spent doing it and bundling it and punching holes and all of that shit that you do when you make a bundle for court. And the judge is starting to add it up. Oh, there'll be this much, there'll be 200 in interest, and there'll be this much in fees and your printing costs. He adds it all up. He says a number out loud. Comes to like 400 or 500, I don't know, in total. And then he says, oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? This is discretionary. No. The guy storms out of the fucking court, slams the door of the courtroom. And the judge is like, he's about to shout the bailiff. He could have locked him up overnight for contempt of court. Could have been for anything up to a week, actually. But anyway, that was my story about stress and legal shit. Yeah, sorry, Andy, wasn't it? Dealing with a lot, solicitors and shit. Yeah, prepared, right, cleaned, properly using boil for at least what? It's good, UK Richie. What's that? I can chill, chat with you guys and girls. I got to go further back to see what UK Richie said that requires. Oh, tripe. Okay. Yeah, it's not that bad a meal. I don't mind tripe. There's various ways of cooking it. Like I said, there's the soaking in milk thing. Dairy softens a lot of meat and meat type products. There's a big thing at the minute, isn't there, about using either cream or not cream cheese, but to use mayo and stuff like that to velvet meat. You want to make something like the Chinese beef, the stir-fry beef. You put them in either yogurt or creme fraiche or something of that nature to marinate like overnight or whatever. And then they're a lot softer once you stir fry them and dish them up. But it's probably the same with tripe. Prepared right, cleaned, boil for at least 28 minutes until soft and floppy. That tomato sauce. Yeah, Andy, definitely pain. We'll take a load off, unwind with a Ricard's Red. What's a Ricard's Red? Is this a wine or is it a beer? Ricard's. I don't know a Ricard's. Steve Owens goes YouTube travelling. Steve Owens. Is that not the same name? Have I got this wrong? Isn't that the same name as the as the Australian guy with the stingray. Farmer says hello. Is it me you're looking for? I'm gonna guess. Mike, fix software. I don't know what that means. Farmer says sunshine. Sunshine. There's various songs with sunshine in the title. Sunshine on a rainy day. Or wasn't there a Kool and the Gang one? And then there's Casey and the Sunshine Band. Am I making that up? I might be making that up. I don't know where we're going there. All you need. French baguette. Go into a Spanish baker and ask for French baguette. No, no joking. Don't do that. They do sell them and call them baguettes. Just don't call it French. The garage over here sells bread. I've never bought any, but I assume it's really expensive because everything in there is expensive. The one time I bought some beer over there, I think I got a 12-pack of Amstel and it was €12.50. Just over €1 per can. Instead of my normal 40 cents. But everywhere else was closed or refusing cards. The internet was down everywhere else. Mike, become a Jesus freak. Some of them get 3K a month. I met lots. They get sponsored. I pride myself on my authenticity. I am a devout atheist. Or ask for salami. Or instead of like chorizo or Monte... What's that other stuff called? Mortadella, sorry. Not Monty. Mortadella. Do you know sure? Guy walking down the track with a guitar on his back. Instead of chorizo, yeah. Or put chorizo in a paella. Uh-oh. That's asking for trouble. That'll get you every time. How to ask? Hold on. Any down and out Delta Mike t-shirts, you get some money maybe. I think that's another one of those ones where you have to have the tax info. And I think your YouTube channel has to be monetized if you're doing it through one of the stores that ties in with YouTube. There's 2 or 3 of them, I think. But you have to be monetized. This is the reason that I would struggle if I even applied. Do you remember Temu approached me about sponsorship? But I'm pretty, they didn't like fully review the channel. They just said, hey, go here and apply. And I'm like, no, you approached me. Screen me first and see if I fucking qualify. You do the work. Don't make me do the fucking work. You approached me. You want me to be in your fucking sponsored club. You do the work. Does my channel qualify? I'm not monetized, so I'm guessing straight away. I'm not monetized and I only have 1,800 subs. I'm guessing straight away that I would not qualify in the fucking slightest. But I'm receiving their spammy emails trying to get me to sign up and then ask me to do the work and go fill in a fucking form. No. Don't spam me and then ask me to do the work and then reject me because I don't meet the criteria. You check the fucking at least check the basics. Calling Spanish chorizo salami. Yeah. It doesn't end well. I'm gonna ask for sopressata salami. I got it. Sorry, you should do chorizo salami. What's the other stuff? Fouet. I quite like the fouet. For a guy who's got no teeth, I don't have too much problem with the fouet as long as I cut it thin enough. So fouet's the other kind of main sausage thing that they do. A cured. It's a lot drier and harder, and a lot less. It's not as Pungent's not the word. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not as flavoured. It is just meat to chew on. F-U-E-T. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Come on, give a tramp a chance. Anyone like adventure games? I'm Guybrush 3P Good. What's an adventure game? Is this like a text-based game? You are on the edge of a lake. To the north is this, and to the south is that. Is that where you're going? Or is this more animated, like World of Warcraft and stuff? I don't know much about any of that, despite watching Asmongold. I put HP brown sauce, maybe too much on a pasty. Oh yeah. If you can get hold of HP, it is delightful. Houses of Parliament brown sauce. Not sure how they got away with that name, but they managed it like about 150 years ago until now we're stuck with it. No one's going to rescind it now. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe, you bastards. What's wrong with you? 2/3 of people who watch this aren't subscribed. Why not? It's free. Beautiful Santa Maria Columbus replica sailing around Ireland recently, commissioned by Spanish government. Drew huge crowds. Santa Maria. What were the other two called? There's 3 boats, weren't there? Anyone name the other 2? Or do I have to look it up? Jasper wants people to pound, smash, poke, prod, press the like button t-shirt. I remember the Mexico ship that struck a bridge in New York, senseless loss of life. What was the one that hit in wherever Scruffdog is? Maryland. Capital of Maryland is... Can't remember. Oh, my memory. I found my produce your t-shirts for Mike. Okay. 22:36. Is that about right? Oh no, my what? Am I literally an hour behind? And chat has dried up again. Chat's not there. I'm so far behind, folks. This is ridiculous. Chippy, you are in summer surrounded by heat waves. You die. That's the adventure game thing. Yeah. I spend all my time waiting for Mike to catch up. Some things never change. This is true. At this time, in part, the YouTube chat froze an hour ago. So now I've got to work back. Nice to see you here again, Chippy. Jasper, I'll have a pre, please, Bob. Oh, Blockbuster. I shot the bailiff, but I did not shoot the flying spaghetti monster. A fellow pastafarian, maybe. Well done to Spain for winning the World Cup, says Richard. Yeah, well done them. And FIFA are now looking into the activities of the Argies. Are you aware of this? There are official investigations going on about the actions, the activities. At the end of the World Cup, when people, like when the subs ran onto the pitch to celebrate, the Argentinians punched the Spanish subs. But that's not all, it's the general fouliness of the bastards as well. And they're looking into all of that. Ricard's red is beer, okay. Bells? The bells, the bells. A good meal and a good shit and a good beer and rest usually helps, Chippy. Okay. I'm just going to read back. Stressed out myself, but Mike is suffering more stress and still chilled out. I'm not too stressed. Just the, yeah, I'm in the heat. Inside the tent today was probably, I'm guessing, because I haven't got a thermometer in there, way above 50. I took Tina out for a walk, I think 12 o'clock, lunch, noon. So solar noon here is not until 2, but I took Tina out and we came back in and it was fucking stifling. I had to put the fan on just to stir the air around to move the hot air out of the bedroom and try and get the cross draft, the cross breeze to do its thing. Now some days we come outside, but I like to wait until 5 or 6 o'clock to do it, because these parasols I've got 2, they don't stop the UV, and neither does my t-shirt. So if I sit here, whether I sit here bare chested or whether I've got a t-shirt on, I end up sunburnt by the end of the day. Yeah, no, and obviously I got these little green fucking beetles jumping at me. I have to bear in mind the skin cancer risk, you know. All my life I've been a no sun cream kind of person, no sunblock, and I've had some fairly bad sunburns in my youth and in my stupid years, including when I was in my early 20s, was I? And we went to Torrevieja del Mar. No, I wouldn't have been in my 20s, I'd have been in my 30s. We just laid out on the beach and laid out and turned over every now and then. I got up to go to the loo at one point, and you go up, you get off the beach, you walk along, there's a toilet block, but there's a bunch of people, and everyone just laughed at me because I was fucking total lobster. I was so bright pink, it was unreal. Me and the missus had to put wet towels on the bed that night and then put wet towels over us, and I had this blister come up like a golf ball on that joint between your shoulder and your chest, that line there where a raglan sleeve would have the seam. Came up like a golf ball. I popped the little bastard. Yeah, I've had some bad sunburns. So now I'm a little bit more careful about these things. I've met people here that have got skin cancer, and it's, you got to be careful, folks. But I'm not a one for smearing goo on. I put some sunblock on my forehead once, and then I went for a 20-minute walk, and I sweated, and all the shit ran down into my eyes. I couldn't see for about 2 fucking days. My eyes were bright red. I looked like a demon. Scrolling back, I'm going backwards still. I'm used to him being behind. I'm up to date but working backwards. How goes it, Chippy? Mike is just behind a little. Yeah. Hello. Does it? Yeah, welcome. Better Call Saul. I've never watched it. Or the other one. I don't even remember what the other one was called. Better Call Saul's a prequel, yeah? With a lawyer from whatever it was called, the druggie making program. Why has YouTube not sent me such a recommendation for yonks? Nice tent chandelier. Yeah. Marie, hello Marie. I hope everyone is happy. I don't know. I've got a dying dog. How happy can you be? I guess you can take pleasure in the moment. But yeah. One website to rule them all, evil laugh. Just popping in to say hello. That was Marie. I want to say what I like, but no woke book in September. I don't know what. Because I'm working backwards, the comments won't make sense until I come forwards again. They say Corona from opening tombs in Egypt. I don't believe that. The curse thing, not really. Is it possible that some germs from back then were trapped and then survived for, what, 4,000 years? The pyramids, it's about 2000 BC, yeah? And opened in 1900 and whatever, so basically another 2000. Let's say 4,000 years. Could a colony of bacteria or virus survive 4,000 years in an airtight Were they airtight? Is a pyramid airtight? I would think not exactly airtight, but probably not far from it. So anaerobic to some extent. Could they survive that long? I don't know. I'm not a microbiologist or whatever the correct designation would be. Not Taco Bell, Taylor Farms. Yeah, but Taco Bell removed it immediately weeks ago. Yeah, but now FDA is saying it wasn't the lettuce, or at least they can't prove it was the lettuce. Like old Judas Priest moved ahead. Taylor Farms paid $1 million, yeah, to a super PAC. I don't know what a PAC is, but yeah, it's one of those we'll fund your party or we'll fund your re-election kind of charities, or a protected covenant or something. I'm not sure. Here's the thing. When it comes to kind of corruption and government and funding, you should not be able to back both sides. To these big companies, 1 million's nothing. So they could give a 1 million to the Republicans, they could give 1 million to the Democrats, and they win either way, don't they? That should be illegal. Pick your party, pick your fight. Pick one or the other. And the same with individual candidates in whatever kind of constituency or whatever they call their I guess it's the states, is it? The states are the delineated areas, the constituencies. Pick one. I guess you can pick two because they elect 2 senators from each state. But pick a party, and that's your party. I don't like this idea that you can back both and win either way. That's just... I'm not a fan of the way American funding in for government works anyway. Where does all that money go? Somebody raises like 100 million to get themselves elected. You're telling me that all of that gets spent on advertising? Really? Do you think? Do you believe? Scrolling backwards. Don't like aha, says Jasper. Take on me. Take on me. West End Boys. No, the West End Girls and the East End Boys, wasn't it? Or was it West End Girls? Who was that? Pet Shop Boys. Different girls in the West End. PMRCA, Mary Whitehouse, Tipper Gore. Somehow wish they still controlled films, games and music. I don't know what PMRCA means. I still like, you see, okay, I disagreed with Mary Whitehouse. Absolutely. But I still like the fact she was there. She was one of those formidable old birds, like an Anne Widdecombe, like a Barbara Woodhouse we were talking about earlier, the dog trainer. Sit, Wookiees, all of that. I like those formidable old, and they tend to be middle-class women generally. There's just a formidableness about the middle-class older women. The battle axes, I guess you might call them. But we were better off for having them. In the Second World War, those middle-class women organised the home front. They kept things going. Now, if you're kind of independently wealthy, or you've got a husband who's got a well-to-do job, and you've just got time to put into the community, and then there's a major kind of emergency for the country, it's good to have those old gals around. I really believe that. I might disagree with their politics entirely, but they have their uses, or had. we've gutted the middle classes in a lot of ways. Um, Scrolling, I don't want to get too ponderous. Voting but vote for it. I don't know what the PMRCA was. I'm trying to make sense of whether it's a typo and whether I've missed something. I know nothing about Tipper Gore. I guess that's Al Gore's wife. I don't know. Oh, controlling films and music. That's the violent games lead to violence and violent music leads to violence. That old argument. Yeah, okay. Put a target on toilet, you never miss again. You have to put like an ice cube or a ping pong ball in the bottom. A cigarette butt. Guys love to aim at the cigarette butt in the bottom of the toilet or in the urinals or wherever. It's a man thing. How long has AI been woke? I see AI. It depends what it's fed in, doesn't it? Like all computer systems. Well, if I say garbage in, garbage out, that might not be right. Some people like woke. But it's what's fed in will feed what comes out. It's nature of the beast. Always has been. What was that? Something went woof. Hold on. Okay, it's just warning me. It's warning me that I've used 143 gigabytes of data this month, which sounds like an awful lot compared to my normal usage. It was also telling me that on RTVE, probably on LA1, which is a Spanish TV channel, there's an estreno. That's like a premiere, a first viewing of something called Doghouse. No idea what that is. Don't like this one. I can't. You see, Farmar posts these links and makes these comments, and I don't have the context and I can't view them. Anyone missed the toilet pan? You know, first thing in the morning when you get the double spray, when you get the double jets. I'm in a field. I don't have this problem anymore. Well, I do because I've got the fucking Coca-Cola bottle that I'm trying to piss into. So when the cola bottle, it's not Coca-Cola, but when the cola bottle has that bulb at the top, I cut it halfway, so at the widest point of the bulb, and then that stands up in a paint pot in a big tin. But yeah, do you know what's even worse? Oh man, if you're holding on to if you need a shit and you're holding on to it, and you go for a pee, you get to a point where you can't hold on to it while peeing. I don't know if you know this. Most people will have never experienced this, I know. But there are times like when it's still daylight and I want to hold on for nighttime to go for a crap. But I need a pee. And yeah, no, it's a real struggle to have a pee but not poo. You come here for the education, folks. What can I say? I'm scrolling. No problem, UK Richie. Hopefully you like them. Out a good word, I hope. Terraforming the soil. Where are we? Terraforming what? Like another planet or thanks for the tunes. Out. Jasper desperately wants me to do the out thing. He wants to borrow he wants me to borrow his What was that one that you were eating today, Jasper? It's like an ice lolly with 3 different colours. 3 different flavours in sections. It's about all he said. Water it, pull down the pants and... Oh no, that's fertiliser plants. You can make booze from toast. It's got carbohydrate in it, so I guess if you made a mash of toast and water and added yeast, I don't think it'd get very strong, but it's got the carbs. You could certainly use it to make like a sourdough starter or something, or just a yeast colony in general. sourdough starter if you want to capture it from the air, and then you have to wait for the yeast to overcome the bacteria that got in there at the same time. Or if you're just pouring yeast in, yeah. But I don't think it'd get very strong just from toast. I think 16 here, close. The things I saw in tourist shop in London, age 15. Go up. I think I was 16 and we went to London. Oh man, I bought the most beautiful jumpers. This kind of black, I had two, black and white square with a bat wing sleeves. If you've seen jumpers with the bat wing sleeves. But they were blocks, just, and I had black and green, like a mint green and black, and I had black and white. I loved those old jumpers. I still had one of them when I met the missus. She fucking hated it. She tried about 3 times to throw this fucking thing away, but I kept pulling them back out of the bin. He loved that old jumper. That became like it was one of our little, you know how couples have their silly little phrases and silly little speeches and things? It became one of our things. He loves that old jumper. I had my old jumper. The things you suddenly remember out of nowhere. I pay £10 a month for YouTube Premium. It's too bad. It's not too, sorry, I had my finger on the knot. It's not too bad for no adverts. And this is why they're deliberately making the adverts so obnoxious. Do you ever get one now? 3 adverts, not 2, and each one is 30. The progress bar moves so fucking slowly. And so 30 seconds for that one. Next one, 30 seconds. The third one is a lot longer than 30 seconds, but you get to press skip if you're within reach of your device. So it comes along, and after 30 seconds, it shows the skip. You've had a minute and a half. And if you're not within reach of the screen, or if you're like snoozing, if you're half asleep trying to listen to some kind of sci-fi story or something, it'll play the advert for 5 fucking minutes. On top of the minute that you already watched with the first 2. Absolutely fucking annoying as shit. Pardon my ebullient phraseology. Pussies in a Row. That reminds me of one of the magazines I used to read when I was younger. I don't think that's where we were going. I remember Bert and Ernie co-piloting It's Okay, Nobody Will Remember Us t-shirt. YouTube Premium 30 a month? I thought you said 10 later. Or is there a YouTube, is there 2 different tiers? YouTube Premium, I think you said YouTube Premium both sides. Okay, maybe it's a typo. Hello Smithy, okay, there you are. I'm working backwards, mate. I am so far behind. I was literally an hour behind in chat, I think. I'm working backwards so that I can jump back to the bottom. Evening Mike and Tina. Evening Smithy. Yeah, for anyone who's arrived late, let me do the Tina thing. I've only done the intro once and I was 2 hours in when I did that. That's how good I am at this. We'll turn it around, we'll turn the light on, and we'll, oh God, for a dog that can't move, she sure does shuffle a long way. Hey babe. Tina? Oh, I'm sorry, did I wake you up? I'm talking to the peoples. You're supposed to be here to say hello and look cute. Hey doggo. I set her up, like, see her water's here. She was here. And for a dog that can't move, she sure does shuffle sometimes. So for anyone who isn't fully up to date, I carry Tina's back end with this belt that's wrapped around her at the minute. But I now have to, what would be the correct word? I have to help the front end as well. She hasn't got the strength in her front legs. I have to lift. I give her a boost, pull her up by the collar. The front legs have gone. She can't use her chariot. I said 3 weeks ago that she had about 3 weeks left if things carried on the way they were going, if the decline had carried on the way it was. Getting her up in the morning and watching her face plant into the floor because her front legs are just not there. So I picked the back legs up and I'm expecting her to walk out of the tent, and the front legs are not there for the first 30 seconds. Now we've adapted. She was also double incontinent, and that was becoming, it was serious because she was peeing in the night and I didn't know, and she was laying in it and she was getting a sore. She got a sore. The fur ripped off and there was an open wound. I didn't realise. So I took steps, extra padding, so newspapers to soak up whatever when she's on the bed. Her back end is on the papers. I check 2 or 3 times during the night and swap out the papers if need be, and take her out more often for pees and poos. And it seemed to work, it seemed to manage, it seemed to improve. So I'm now saying maybe another month, maybe another 2. I got to base it on when she's had enough and when I've had enough. It'll be a difficult decision. I don't know if I'm up to it. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I've kind of made her the promise. I will carry her as far as she wants to go for as long as she wants to go. But there's a limit. I'm not young. I'm carrying 35 kilograms off, wriggling 35 kilograms off to one side, getting a bad back. How long can I carry on? And what kind of life is it for her if she hasn't got her back legs, if she hasn't got her front legs, if she's not in control of her bladder or her bowel? Now she has gained a little bit more control recently, and she does now. Sometimes she'll whimper and signal to me that she needs something. I have to try and work out, does she just want a drink of water? Or does she want to go out? Is it a pee? Is it a poo? Yeah. It's not ideal, folks. It's not ideal. Difficult decisions ahead. And trying to gauge the timeline is difficult because she goes through periods where the body goes into like a rapid decline and then it stabilizes for a while. It rarely improves. It might improve a little, but it's a matter of time. Let me plug the phone back in before we run out of power. I don't even know where we are for power. Oh, 99%. Okay, I didn't even need to bother with plugging. In fact, let me unplug that and plug that back into the tablet so that I can look things up when I need to. Oops. That went with a bit of a 28%. That went with a bit of a clunk. I'm a little bit wary now of USB ports. After I broke one of my lanterns, well, I broke my lantern. And, oh, you didn't. There's this big green beetle on the light, and I think it's just falling into my beer. Extra protein, folks. It's like a protein shake. They say that beer is almost isotonic. If it wasn't for the alcohol, beer would be isotonic. It has a bit of sugar, a bit of salt. It's got all the major food groups, and now it's got protein. Well, it wasn't in that mouthful, so that's good. I'm still going backwards. YouTube got 60,000 subs on 3 videos. Who did? Oh, look at that. It won't let me scroll back any further. So that's 2246. I think I was on... when it jumped, when it went off, I was on 2230. So there's 15 minutes. There's people who commented for 15 minutes there, and I've got no way to access those until I watch this thing back. Sorry, folks. I cannot. I literally, I'm scrolling and I can't get back. Roadrunner and Coyote t-shirt, 1980s Coyote. Finally, Donald Duck Roadrunner beat. Did you know that there was a Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner program? I was watching there's a guy who does these shorts, and it's TV programs in this year, and he shows them, and you're looking back at the 70s and 80s, and you're just thinking, wow, like the 80s. Street Hawk, Airwolf, Knight Rider, and then all the other stuff. Yeah, I don't think modern TV holds up. Okay, folks, I worked back for quite a while. I'm going to skip forward without paying too much attention because I've already covered them. Taylor Farms, Taco Bell. There was Marie arriving. She was only a quick visit. There was Chippy arriving. Why has YouTube not sent me such a recommendation for yonks? Nice tent chandelier. It's a coat hanger and some Christmas lights, yeah. What can you do? Farmer says rain. Do you know, we had this again today, twice. No, so I'm looking at the weather forecast for the week ahead and there's no rain anywhere. And then at like 11 o'clock this morning, it says rain and thunderstorm. And then it says, the first thing you know about rain due to stop in the next hour. I'm looking at it and their own weather forecast says there's like a 4% chance of rain and it'll be 0.02 of a millimetre. That's not rain. 0.02 of a millimetre and a 4% chance of it. Why are you announcing rain? The fuck is that shit? I got no idea. There was Chippy with his hen low, stressed out myself, pound smash, yeah. Good meal and a good shit and a good beer. Oh, chat, is that chat? Good chat and good beer, or is it good shit and good beer? Shat leaves me, because shat is the past tense of shit. You leave me perplexed. The C and the S are nowhere near each other, are they? S is what? Second key in on the left, under your home, on your home keys, ASDF. S and C are nearby, aren't they? C would be the third letter in on the bottom, probably. How'd it go? XCZ, copy paste. XCZ. Depending on your keyboard layout, obviously. Yours will be different from mine because, yeah. I shot the bailiff, but I did not shoot the flying spaghetti monster. Can I have a pee, please, Bob? I spend all my time waiting for Mike to catch up. Oh, that's where I was. Now it's jump. I just get down to where it says. Oh, fuck. What? And now it won't stop jumping. Hold on. I am indeed a pastafarian, Delta Mike. May you be touched by his noodly appendage. And you too. Ah, look at that. I got back to it and where it said welcome to, so that's when I reloaded chat because it had stopped loading. I just got to that point and it jumped to the fucking bottom again. Well, okay, there we are. Welcome to. Okay. Sheriff for sheriff. The Shire Reef. So the English counties that are called shires had a Shire Reef. And that's where the word sheriff comes from. The noodly appendage. What am I feeling? I don't know because I can't play your video. The Shire Reef won't like it. Indeed. That was for you, Chippy, since you dropped the subtle hint. That Baltimore, Maryland, it is indeed, with the boat that struck the bridge and took the bridge down. Well, The bridge was left standing, I believe, but they had to demolish it afterwards. So yeah, took it down in slow motion. Calamine lotion, says Jasper, for some reason that I'm lost on. The Mexico ship was a classic sailing vessel, struck a bridge, destroying mast as well as taking sailors with it. I think some deaths. That's not good. The sea and rivers and things, they're dangerous beasties. Which is why we have a statue on a bench in Torrevieja near the port. A lady sat waiting for her sailor husband to come home, lost at sea. It's quite a famous statue. I love Bob Marley. I have to be in the mood. Is Bob Marley the one that was shot by his dad or granddad? Was that the shotgun one? Bob Marley. He was off his head on drugs. There's him or another one, and I can never remember who the other one was. When you complain about something, Jasper, I play more. It's the way of the world. AC/DC backs both sides. We see now you bring up like Akadaka. My mate in Australia, who quite regularly sends me a donation. Akadaka. Tony in Australia. We had a little chat the other day, a little bit back and forth. Parents, music, resource. Oh, that was your PMRC thing. I think you had a typo in it, but okay. I think you had 5 letters, but okay. Parents Music Resource Centre. So it's that whole idea that violent music or certain. Weren't these the people though that Elvis Presley and his gyrating hips? You know, wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? Every generation's got these, what's the word? These moral panics. Does anyone remember when the Sun newspaper were out and out against The Simpsons being shown in the UK? Because Bart Simpson was this annoying brat who told his parents, "Eat my shorts." You look back on that now and it's kind of quaint. Like when South Park one-upped Bart, they did a Bart Simpson kind of piss take. And Bart Simpson's like, oh yeah, this one time I stole the head of Jebediah Simpson or whatever he's called. And yeah, I stole the head of the statue in the... And Cartman says, yeah, this is one time I fed this kid his 2 grandparents that I'd mushed up in the mixer, and I fed them to him in a stew. If you've got a moral panic about Bart Simpson, and then Cartman happens on South Park, feeding a kid his own grandparents in a stew. Yeah, you know. Films, games and music became too sadistic. Sometimes it can be a little funny to be over the top. It can be humorous. It can be... Now, I've never played like Grand Theft Auto. When Grand Theft Auto first came out, I was probably playing like Need for Speed 4 or something. So I didn't bother with... I preferred a proper racing game. I don't remember what version. I know I was playing Need for Speed, but I don't remember what version. I didn't feel a need for like shooting prostitutes and... But if other people do, whatever, it's on them. Not my thing, but I don't want to police other people too much. If there was evidence, incontrovertible evidence, that it actually led to real world crime, if some guy was jumping in a car and doing, you know, IRL, in real life Grand Theft Auto, you know, if there's a rash of people doing it, obviously you'll get the one person doing something stupid, especially in America with guns and things. You'll get one person doing something stupid every now and again. Just, that's the nature of having 330 million people in a country. But I don't think there's any real evidence linking crimes to Grand Theft Auto or whatever. I don't think so. Sadistic become films. But horror films are quite, a lot of horror films are slasher movies. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, from then onwards. Some people even still go on about Death Race 2000. Some people bitch about Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, for fuck's sake. Watch the sequel for what's his name? George with a coffee. What's he called? The Nespresso bloke. I don't remember his name. He was big in the 90s. Nothing else needs to be said. Magnum, I just call it chalk ice. I don't think it wasn't Magnum, was it? It had all the flavours. I bet you had Danny Kaye's shoes. Danny Kaye. Okay. The singer-dancer Danny Kaye. Adverts worse than TV. Oh, do you know what's really annoying? Back in the day when I had TV. So you've got the TV set on a certain level of volume. When the adverts kick in and they're like 3 times louder than the fucking program. That. Especially if you've nodded off, you're kind of half listening to a film. Huh. I've got to be careful with this yawning. I fell asleep. The 8-hour stream the other night, folks, the last hour and a half or 2 hours is just me asleep. I haven't really talked about that yet. I mentioned it in the title and in the description, but those of you that were here will know. After the World Cup, I kept going a bit too long, and I nodded off. And now I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna fall asleep now. Where are we? 12:13. What time did I start? I started at 9. So I've done 3.25 hours. All right. I always like to hit the 4 hours, as you know, for the post-processing stuff, the live chat replay synchronization stuff, rather than waiting 15 hours for it all to be post-processed. Sorry, it was just on a phone call. Yes, someone actually called me. I had a voice conversation with someone the other day, but it was what's the green one called? The one that's not Messenger, the other one. WhatsApp, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? WhatsApp. I haven't had the last proper phone call was the Guardia Civil wanting to bring me some paperwork. They called me and they asked me what country I was in. Spain. Well, what town are you in? Torrevieja. Well, where are you? I'm at the same place that you arrested me the last time. Where's that? That's on you. I've given you all the info I want to fucking give. I'm at the place where you arrested me. And they brought me some paperwork. And the paperwork literally had my fucking address listed on it. You know, the man in the tent in the field opposite Repsol on Cala de la Torre. Didn't even need a fucking phone call. They could have just popped round. These are the same people that don't tell me when there's a court case, but then come and arrest me for not attending the court case. They know where to find me to arrest me for non-attendance. They just don't know where to find me to tell me to attend, which is why it never gets any more serious. Do you know what I've done? I think I've pulled the cable out of the light. Oh no, it's in the other lamp, and the other lamp's not charging. Why are you not charging? Dodgy. I've only just been given that lamp, and it's already got a dodgy USB connection. I'm gonna have to turn this one up a bit. This one won't charge. This one needs solar to charge. I might have to switch to the other one shortly. Call on the okay, what's up? I left my house if you can reach a dancing telegram. Those should be brought back. Oh, what did they call them? Like strippergrams. Is that where you're going? Strippergrams should come back. Did they ever go anywhere? Do they still exist? Can we order a strippergram? No, it's shot like a good shit. Okay, it wasn't a chat typo. Past tense, yeah. Baggins, Bilbo. Converse shoes work, also called Danny Kaye's 1980s. Google Danny Kaye's Converse. Converse was a set of trainers, wasn't it? I'm not a real trainer guy. I did work at Reebok for almost a year. No, it wasn't. 9 months. 6 months. No, it's more than 6. I got a job at Reebok in the, what, March or April. Summer job. And I was kept on and kept on and kept on. And I should have gone to university. And I deferred my university place because I was earning money and I had a job. So in this would be the September or October, I deferred my uni place. And halfway through November, the bastards fired me. So I've missed my uni start. Had to wait until the next year around. Went and got a job selling uniforms and workwear. Short sleeve polycotton step-in dresses for nurses. £12.81 plus VAT. That's £15 and a penny to you, madam. I think we worked this out once. Was that 17.5? Was that when it was 17.5% VAT? Someone tell me the difference between 1501 and 1281. Tell me it's 17%, 17.5%. I'm not sure. VAT was moving around a lot at the time. It had been 15, it went to 17.5. It might have done an intermediary thing at 20 or 21%. Didn't it end up at 22 or 23? And then it backed down again. I've got no idea where it is now. VAT in the UK, I don't know. This light doesn't seem as light as I thought it would be after turning it up high. Let me bring the other one into play. If I can bring the cable around there. I'm going to put the other one on in addition to the first one. Oh look, everything's cooling. Oh, I've got water dripping down on my leg. Why did that not come on? Holder 4 should bring that on. Okay. We get there eventually. There's the power. There's the selector. We go medium on that one. On the second light. Should we just replace this one? How's that, folks? I'm going to do both. Okay. I do got to go and get a beer in a minute. I'm about here on my second beer. What did we say? 3.5 hours in or something? 3 hours 20. Moths. I got the moths now. Also, when I stand up, because of the sweat, the shorts will have stuck to my body, and any creases in the fabric will be represented, you know, as lines dug into my backside, into my posterior. Let me see how far behind I am. It says here 12:07. That's a comment I'm looking at. I'm on 20. I'm only about 1/4 of an hour behind, folks. Less than 1/4 of an hour. I can't remember why he passed. I thought it was illness for Bob Marley. Do you think? Hold on. Who's the one that was shot by either his dad or his granddad? Let's find out. You've probably already answered this below, but I have to do my thing. Bob Marley death. Okay, it was illness. Passed away from acral lentiginous. Hold on, let me try that again. Acral lentiginous melanoma, a rare and aggressive form of skin cancer. So who's the one that's not Bob Marley, that was also a reggae guy, and whose dad shot him? I'm going to say it was the 80s. 80s. Reggae. Star. Shot by dad. Could have been granddad, but I'm going to go shot by dad. Marvin Gaye. They all look the... Can I say that? Even as a joke, can I say that? I probably can't. I won't. Marvin Gaye. Fatally shot by his father, Marvin Gaye Sr., April the 1st, 1984. April Fool? No. Soul and R&B icon rather than reggae. Can I tell the difference? I'm a white man. I'm a white boy. I don't know the difference between those things. The branching of music during my lifetime, all these different, what's the word I'm looking for? Genres and subgenres. I can't keep track of them all. Once upon a time, there was kind of country and western, and I'm not going to distinguish between the two. Country and western. There was rock and roll. There was soul. And there was kind of the more pop stuff, yeah? You only needed 4 or 5 genres, didn't you? I mean, you've got opera and you've got, Gregorian chanting but of actual, like, modern day fucking music. Electronica, or however you want to go with that. Once the synths came out, the synthesizers. But nowadays people claim to be able to distinguish between about 200 genres. I've got no fucking clue. I lost it, the difference between house and rap. I don't fucking know. What? No. Anyway, I think 2 things, because I've been sat here for this long. I do think I might need to go and visit the hedge over here, and then I need to go get a beer. Bear with me, folks, don't leave me. Thumbs up if you haven't already, and give me about 90 seconds maybe. Let me just check first. Oh, she's a bit close up. I'm going to struggle. I've only got 2 inches, maybe another inch. No. Am I there? Sorry, babe. Did I just wake you? Okay, folks, I'm going to hit the microphone just because it's just 3 meters that way. I think I might not have done this. When I woke up the other night, I might have done anything. And yeah. Don't watch the last 2 hours of Sunday night stream. Is there a way I can delete that? Bearing in mind I can't get into the YouTube Studio website because it always diverts to the Studio app. I need to look into how to remove that that linkage between YouTube Studio. Their website has far more controls than the YouTube Studio Android app, but I get diverted. It's anchored onto this. It's set as a, what do they used to call it? It's like a file association, but with web addresses. They call them contexts or something, I believe, in Android programming. Anyway, that's not what you're called. Give me, let's say 2 minutes, probably less. Apologies, folks, for the flash of man flesh. What can you do? You get a fat belly, flabby tits, flabby hairy tits. Probably the worst kind of tits, yeah. In my experience, I do have that experience, but shush. That's not what he called. Okay, where am I? Aggressive skin cancer. Yeah, it wasn't Bob Marley, it was the other one, whose name I've already forgotten. Fuck, I hate my memory for names. People introduce themselves to me and I forget within minutes if I don't make a real fucking Marvin Gaye. You know, I knew it was a black guy. I know, it's a joke. Shut up. I'm not really racist. Just slightly. No. Scrolling. Hobo with a shotgun. Very grotesque. Is that a film? Okay. For chipping everyone in link above. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing's going to be alright. It is indeed. All night long. That's Lionel Richie, yeah? Was it Lionel Richie or was it the Commodores? Was it the Commodores he was in? I think it was the Commodores. He shook me all night long. Karen said hello, that was at 12:20. I'm only 9 minutes behind. Hi Karen. You were here earlier, weren't you? You're back again. Farmer, I shake your foundations. Karen's still watching footy. Marvin Gaye with an E. Yeah, Karen doesn't know what to do with herself now that the football's ended. She's going to have to start watching darts or something. Cricket. No, wrong time of year. No, cricket. In England, it'll be cricket, won't it? Summer. I thought most women hate footy. She got right into it. Pump up the volume. Mars? No. Was it Mars? Or was it Technotronic? Pump it up. Pump it up. Pump. No, Pump Up the Volume's a different song. The one I sang was Technotronic. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. I'm going to go Mars. But I don't know. Because I'm old. Farmer says train, I don't know why. It's something to do with the link he posted and I've got no idea. Since you've been gone, since you've been gone. I remember those lyrics. I don't remember the singers. Since you've been gone. Is this what we're gonna do now? We're just gonna throw out lots of lyrics from songs. Will you start feeling the fatigue? Just say goodnight and log out of stream. No, you see, I yawned a little. What you see now? I'm gonna yawn just because we're talking about yawning. This is not real. This is the psychosomatic shit that happens. Apparently I'm quite suggestible. Do you know, hypnotists love really logical, intelligent people. They can't hypnotize a dummy. It's allegedly, from what I've read, check yourself, do your own research, I don't know, maybe I've been lied to, or maybe I'm just too suggestible. Do you know that Stephen Fry is one of the most gullible people alive? He's one of the most intelligent people around, and yet he's so fucking gullible. If someone tells him something with a straight face, something that's absolute bullshit, he just believes them. Why would this person lie to me? I'm a sponge for knowledge. You're giving me knowledge. I'll take it in. And then they turn around and laugh at him. And I guess I'm kind of similar. Dead train. Wasn't that, what was that? There was a comedy series on well, so there was a comedy series called something like Dead Train or something like that. And then there was like a sci-fi adventure series called something like The Last Train or The Big Train. Some people were on a train, so the world kind of more or less ends. But these people were in a tunnel when it happened. In a train, on a train in a tunnel, broken down, I think. And they wake up like about 100 years later. And the world's gone to shit, and the survivors are all marauding marauding yobs. And they're trying to get to this place that one of them knows is okay, are we there? Okay, you keep asking me what's the word I'm looking for. Buffering, it's buffering. Okay, try tapping reconnect. Yeah, I'm good. The tablets, that's the problem, right? That the tablet is actually the internet connection. I was trying to put Mike to sleep. I'm going to scroll back in a minute. Big Train was indeed a UK comedy sketch series in 1998. I said 97, didn't I? 98. Amelia Bullmore. Wasn't she Des Barnes' wife in Coronation Street? She got killed by that guy who's now in America trying to be a political commentator. Do I know his name? I don't. Matt, not Matt, somebody. Hold on. Let me find this out. I gotta follow the thread. Most days, most nights, he does a post and I see it at least listed. And tonight, not obviously, because that would be too fucking easy, wouldn't it? Marsden. I've got Matthew Marsden in my head as a name. Is that a name? He killed Des Barnes' wife in Coronation Street. Didn't he? Wasn't it? Didn't it? How will I find that out? Google. Fuck. Did Matthew Marsden, is it double T in Matthew? I don't even know if I've got the name right. Kill. What was she called? Something Barnes, obviously something Barnes. Des Barnes' wife. Des Barnes' wife. I'm gonna have to do it the long way around because who knows? Des Barnes' S apostrophe. He's Des Barnes. When a name ends in S, you don't do apostrophe S except when it's Jesus. Is that right? Is that still the rule? That was the rule when I learnt. Des Barnes' wife. I can't remember her name. No, Matthew Marsden's character, Chris Collins, did not kill Des Barnes' wife. Des Barnes was married twice. His wife, Steph Barnes, was not killed. She left him for another man. This is Mandela effect, folks. I was there. Des Barnes' wife was killed. I was there. It happened. I wasn't there like in the TV series, but I watched it. What the fuck is this? He had an affair with Sally Webster, never implicated in the death of Des Barnes' wife. I am so taken aback. Fucking Large Hadron Collider again, innit? I've jumped the fucking timelines. He killed her and he ran away. That's why he ran away. Des got accused of it, didn't he? And yet now she's not even dead. I got to tell you folks, I am absolutely fucking gobsmacked at that one. Unless the Google AI is fucking hallucinating. He killed her. She died. What the fuck is this? I don't get it. I don't know how I could be, I don't know how I could be that wrong. I've had this memory for like 30 fucking years. And now it never happened. I got a cowboy film with Eric Pollard from Emmerdale Farm. That Eric Pollard, the character, not the actor. You're looking like the old Japanese ninja movies. The mouth and sound don't match. Am I? Do you want me to? Is that just you? Anybody else? Am I out of sync for everybody? I can step out and come back in. Anybody else got me out of sync, or is it just, was it Farmer that said it? Boring Nation Street. Boring Nation Street. Okay. You're all good now. We're back. How long was I gone? Was it 3 minutes? That's what it was telling me here, but I don't think it was. Records don't go. No, what have you done? Put a shirt or pullover on, Mike. Why? It's still fucking 28 degrees. Why would I put pullover? I haven't put a pullover on in the last fucking... What month is this? What year is this? Who's the president? I haven't put a jumper on in... We're in July, yeah? It's got to be 4 months, 5 months. I don't even put a fucking blanket or a sheet on at night. I sleep on top of the bed. Every now and again, if it's been a really hot day, I start to feel a little bit cool when it drops below like 23 degrees. It's ridiculous. I get cold at 23 degrees, and so I'll just pull the blanket over me a little bit at 6 o'clock in the morning. Just half over me, put the legs out to regulate the temperature a little bit. Let them get eaten by the mosquitoes. No. Put a pullover on, that's not happening. Was that because of was that because of my flabbiness? Was that when I got back into the chair? Hold on. I will put something on then. If my man flesh is offending people, I mean, this is damp now actually, so it's actually going to be nice to put something damp on. But if my man flesh doth offend thine eye, I will cover it. Here they come. They're coming for me, folks. They're coming for me. They forgot where I lived. Or live. Buffering. Tune on Farmer. Name that tune. Gone Dead Train. Song Nazareth. No. Your eyes are getting heavy. You're getting sleepy. Very sleepy. Okay. Graham Bonnet. Black Eyed Peas Pumpkin. I don't like cricket. Jerry Dorsey still dinging. Flow, not enough words. It's a gone dead train. You start feeling fatigued, just say goodnight and log out. Yeah, I think I saw you saying that the other night when I flicked back through the messages. But you know, it's difficult to actually like leave it so late that you actually zonk out and fall asleep. Like I said, I think it's happened 3 times in, how long have I had this channel now? It's 3 years, isn't it? As of May. I'm going to see whether I'm still out of sync. We don't want you to get cold. Cold? What did I say the temperature was? 28 feels like 35. Whoa. Let me get that back again. I got to be careful. This lead could easily knock a beer over, and that would be a waste of alcohol. That's a crime against humanity. Let me go here. 28 at the minute. Feels like 33. I don't think I'm going to get a cold. Feels like 33. It is getting damp though, folks. That's a thing. The tops of the lamps are wet. The doors of the tent are both wide open as well. I need to close those. I forgot I left the fridge running before. I have emptied the that EcoFlow that's inside is now, it's not empty, but it's down to the 10% cut-off point that I've set. It stops doing anything. I always reserve the last 10% so that there's a little bit of power there to charge a phone or a tablet, get me through the night. Oh. But yeah, I forgot I left it running. I zonk out too, then I say must go to sheeps. Okay. You don't just count them in your head, you go count them in the actual barn or the field. Any midges? No, we don't have midges, but we have mosquitoes. We have the mozzies. I wave, but they're rarely acknowledged. I'll be the better man. Okay. Did you hear that, Jasper? Beer. Do I need to work back? I'm not sure if it jumped or if I think I'm okay. I think I saw them all. I didn't read out this one. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Why not? I'm gorgeous. That's a bit of Garon. Ask any Aussie, they'll tell you. That's a bit of Croc Turnbull. I think I'm up to date, folks. It says here 12:49. Let me look here. It is 12:49. Slam the red button. I'm up to date. I don't know why my counter says I'm on 21 minutes 39. I don't know why this little green beetle keeps flying right into me. Multiple times. What do you think we're doing, folks? We've got 14 of you watching. I'm on. Am I on 3 hours 50? I started at 9, so 1 o'clock would be 4 hours. So yeah, that is where I am. Okay, folks, you might like to consider a donation. Help a guy out. Help a tramp out. I do these 4, 5, sometimes 6 hours. The other night was an 8-hour stream, but you might like to help a guy out. Croc Turnbull, Turnbull, about childbirth. He does a lot of funny jokes. Yeah. Karen's off for the night. Okay, Karen. Maybe catch you tomorrow at some point. Going to bed now. Night, everyone. Good night, Karen. I opened the Easter egg today. Well, I opened the box with the Easter egg and got a chocolate bar. I've still got the whole egg in the fridge, but I'll be eating that tomorrow, I would expect. Yeah. Can't keep it forever, and especially at these temperatures. Now, the fridge isn't doing well, and the solar, the power isn't doing well. I haven't really thought of a use for Ismo's solar panel yet. I guess I have to set it up. I wish I still had my wire cutters. But I think I've got some pliers. I think I can cut the female socket off of the other set of solar panels and put it on this and see what it gives. I've got with no spec, I don't know what it's meant to deliver. It looks like about a half panel, maybe a third of a panel. It might deliver about the same as these. It might not. I certainly can't attach MC4 connectors to it. Wagaboo, please help Wagaboo have cave diarrhea. Oh, you're American with the, what's it called? Clostridium or whatever it is. Wagaboo have cave diarrhea, too many wild berries. That can happen. Croc turn bull. Bull, Jasper, you know? Moo, one of them. B-U-L-L. And croc. Croc like crocodile. Okay, Richie. I'm scrolling back, I think I'm okay. Okay, I think I'm up to date again, folks, which is always a bad sign. Eat a lemon, Wagar, it's an astringent. 1 part salt, 6 parts sugar. Didn't they, once upon a time, that they distributed to Africa, they sent like a double-ended plastic spoon. The little end was for salt, the big end was for sugar. And it was one end, the small end for salt, and I think you're supposed to do 6 of the big end for sugar, and that makes it balanced. What's the word I'm looking for? I said it earlier about beer. Not hypertonic, isotonic. Gets you the right balance of nutrients to replace the water that comes out when you have the squirts, which leaves you dehydrated. Not easy to be cave person, no toilet in cave. I haven't got a toilet in the field either. Have to make Dookie Mountain. Running out of room, new cave soon. Hold on. I can confirm that it takes a long time to build a big pile of poo. Don't ask me how I know. It kind of rots down under itself before it gets any real height. Especially if it's out in the weather. Shush. Electrolytes, it is indeed. And the sodium in salt is one of them, but the potassium is another one that you want. From they call it low salt or no salt? What's that called? There's a potassium salt that your body can kind of do with as well. Or you can just eat a banana. Bananas are not going to be carrying the clostridium or whatever it's called, because they've got a nice coating on the outside. So unless you transfer it to the food with your hands, so make sure your hands are clean, eat a banana, get yourself some potassium. Don't go overboard on the potassium on the banana because potassium is radioactive, or a certain amount of it is radioactive. You don't want too much. Can you smell poo from poo? No. I get rid of mine, but I have knowledge from other people. No, you can't smell my poo, or the poo place. You can't smell my pee from from either when I do it direct into the bush there, or from when I empty my containers, my piss pot. I have 2 or 3 spots where I rotate between for the emptying of noxious emissions. I used to pour them down mouse holes to kill the mice that were maybe locally nearby. Haven't done that in a while. Save up 2 litres of noxious fluids and pour it down the mouse nest. Strange. Cyclospora, is that how it is? Isn't it very similar to the name of an antibiotic? Or is that where I'm getting the sporidium? Is that? Not sure. Oh, big stomach grumble. No, I can't smell poo anywhere in the camp, Jasper, because there isn't any. At any one moment, there'll be a shopping bag, a carrier bag of individual baggies, obviously. So for a tramp in a tent, a tramp in a field, I do buy the doggy poo bags, and I bag up Tina's, and there'll be I've got a bag over here of like beer cans and other detritus from whatever I eat or do out here. There's a rubbish bag there, and there'll be a rubbish bag over there with Tina doggy poo, and sometimes mine goes in there as well in similar baggies. So there isn't a growing mound of my poo here. There is no, but I've got knowledge of poo from other people, not in this field, but my mate Joby, he lived with a bunch of people, and some of them would just squat down and just let it drop wherever it lands. They do it just outside their own tent sometimes. Some of the stories, some of the things I hear, but this is where I get my knowledge from. It's not direct from me, even though I joke. Something's eating my ankles and my calves. Even though I joke about such things, it's not from me. Beer can sandwich. When you crush them on the ground, it's a 3-step motion, isn't it? You press the middle in, and then you stand on the right, and then you stand on the left, and the whole thing ends up flat. I tend not to be that specific about it. I tend to just crush them by hand, and they're a little bit less compressed. Similar, but less. Yeah. Okay, folks, but we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. Weirdly, I don't know if this is the counter. Have I been disconnected or something? Weirdly, there was like 12 or 13 people here about 3 minutes ago, and now it's a 6. Beer can means bacon. Oh, does it? Okay, a beer can sandwich. Bacon butty. We don't call bacon a sandwich. Bacon is a butty. Like a crisp butty or a chip butty. Surely. Yes, I called you Shirley. Cheers to Shirley. Okay, folks, I'm probably just going to give it another 5 minutes or so because of the outages. Especially the one that looked to me like it was about 3 minutes long. I'm going to go a little bit over, but we're going to call it quits in a few minutes. especially with the numbers having just dropped from like 13 or 4. I'm sure that, didn't I see 14? I mentioned a number. I said how many people were here. I thought it was 14. And then suddenly I get a glitch and now it says 7. So whether those people were never here and it was misreporting, whether the counter is now misidentifying the number currently live. Jasper's seeing 13, I'm seeing 7. I've got 16 thumbs ups, but I've only got 13. I've only got 7 people here now. Then he says sleep 7. I don't know what that means. The 7 would be the number viewing. What does the sleep mean? Sleep 7. You trying to put me to sleep? Don't do that. Don't do that. See, I'm sat in a field with 2. I'm going to turn this one off. There's no point. This one's so. That's been charging in the sun for 2 days, and it hasn't lasted the course. There's solar powered devices that just aren't up to the job. I'm going to leave the other one out with it tomorrow. I'm going to put them both out at once. And then I don't have to top them up from... I don't have to charge it from the EcoFlows. I can keep the power for other things. Oh, okay, folks. I sent something through on PayPal earlier. Not sure if it's gone through or not. No, it's not. Hold on, let me just double check. Scrolling. No, Hannah sent a donation. That's the only donation tonight. Oh, whoa. You sent one the exact same minute. Oh, sorry. Sorry, UK Richie. I didn't see that because they both came through at exactly the same time. How about that? Thank you, my friend. Yes. Yeah, no, thank you. As long as you're sure you can, you know my thoughts on regular donors. Make sure that you've got it, folks. Make sure you can afford it and that you want to and that you're not feeling pressured or whatever into it. I know my sense of value is a little bit off. So when I was in the UK, a lot of jobs were just $7.50 an hour. And I made a point of paying significantly more than that. But then, after I came to Spain, they came out with the living wage, which was suddenly even more than I would have been paying people. And now it's probably even more. So your hourly rate of pay, I'm basing things off. So let's say you send me £20 and I get the euro equivalent, 22 or whatever that might be. In my head, it's like 3 hours money. 3 lots of 7 or what for some people, or 2 hours at the rate that I paid people. I paid a little bit more than that, but you get the idea. I've no idea what the typical kind of hourly wage is in the UK nowadays. It could easily be 15 or so. And so when someone sends me 20, it's like an hour and a half's wage. But I don't trust PayPal as its uses. No, it's just my fault. They must have literally come through at the same time, and I only saw the latter one. I had to click an expand. I had to click a button to see more. So I apologise. When you said then, I've sent you something, did it come through? And I said, no, it did. But you're on exactly the same minute that Hannah did. And because I've got my phone on mute as well, not on mute, but what's it called? Do not disturb. So it's only the tablet back there. And I also get a beep. I get a beep from the PayPal app, but I also get one from YouTube when the email comes in. So if I hear 2 beeps, in my head, it's the one transaction, the one donation. Thank you though, my friend. I really do appreciate Folks, UK Richie is one of my top donors. Um, I've never been crass enough to add up um, each and every person and make a like a fucking top 10 list or what. I'm not that guy. Um, UK Richie sends them kind of on an ad hoc basis as and when. I got another couple, a couple, you know, one donation per month from a on a almost a fixed schedule. Sven and Anna send me €20 a month every month, like literally every month. When they found out that they'd missed a few, they bundled them together and sent a lump sum for the months that had missed, which was incredible, but not necessary, folks. You don't have to be hard and fast with these things, but I do caution some people sometimes. I get worried. I have literally had people send me money, and then like 3 months later it transpires that they don't have it to give, and that puts me in a quandary. Am I pressuring people too much? Did I do it wrong? How do I tell them no, don't do that? And I'll have a word with some people and I'll say, are you sure you've got this? You know, are you all right with this? And if they say, hey, you know, I'm a multimillionaire and what's 10 or 20 euros? I don't think anyone said I'm a millionaire, but I've had people tell me, yeah, no, don't worry, I'm all right. It's all good. So I appreciate it. And sorry I didn't recognize or comment on your donation sooner. I literally, it was hidden from me under an arrow. House food lasting. Oh, house food lasting. I'm trying, at the minute, in summer, I'm trying to encourage people to bring me tins and jars. A tin of soup. So I've got packet soups, I've got packet mashed potato, I've got boiling water and doing shit. Cooking. Even if we're talking about cooking packet mashed potato, I know it sounds silly. I don't want to be standing over the cooker. I just don't. But I said earlier today, probably tomorrow evening maybe, I'll put out a bowl or pan of water with a lid on, and I'll put some chickpeas and some lentils in, and I'll leave those to soak overnight. Maybe I need 2 pans. The chickpeas will take longer, either longer to soak or longer to cook. I've had really mixed results with dried chickpeas, not cooking, not doing. You know, even after you've soaked them overnight or for 24 hours or whatever, I've soaked them overnight and then through the whole day and into the next day, and then boiled them for 2 hours and still had them being kind of not even al dente, but excessively al dente. Is that even a word? That's not even a phrase. I've struggled with chickpeas. Someone brings me a tin of chickpeas already cooked. They come in jars typically in Spain. A jar of chickpeas, a jar of cooked lentils. I can just, mate, I'm a monster. I will just sit here and just stick a spoon in and just eat them. But if I do something with chickpeas and lentils, I've got onions to fry. I've thrown a bag of potatoes out of the tent because of the flies, but probably half of the bag is still salvageable. I just haven't done it yet. There are things I can make. There are things I can do. I've got rice. I've got pastas. I've got tins of tomatoes. I've got tins of sweet corn. I've got a tin of mussels. I've got a tin of salmon. That one isn't a ring pull. I'll have to battle that tin. That one would be that will be manual, and I don't have a proper tin opener, but I got manual things that will make do. I think that's why I get donated some of these things. The other people, if it hasn't got a ring pull, they don't want it. They've bought it and not realised it didn't have the ring pull. I've had this discussion before. In Spain, almost everything has a ring pull. I've talked to some people in the UK and they say, oh no, only about a third or a quarter of things have got the ring pull. In Spain, you pretty much don't need a tin opener. Everything's a ring pull. Even the bottles of beer. The cap on the beer that you would normally use a bottle opener, it's got a ring pull on and just pulls off. I've no. 10 years ago when I left the UK, this was not the norm. So I don't know whether I'm right or wrong trying to kind of talk about the UK in these terms. But my understanding is that the UK is a little bit behind in the amount of ring pull stuff. Here, almost every, if someone gives you a tin or something and it's not got a ring pull, you're like looking at it like, fuck, what am I going to do with that? I don't own like a butterfly tin opener and the twist. I've got a manual. I mean, got to battle the tin for half an hour and hope I don't leave too many jagged edges. God, I miss my Swiss Army knife when it comes to that stuff. Ring pull, great idea for arthritis. There's an initial issue. Sometimes you have to use a knife to get under, or a spoon or something to get under them and lift the ring pull. But once it's up, they're away. Yeah. Or just because it's got a ring pull doesn't mean you have to use a ring pull. If you do have like an electric tin opener, you can just, if you've got arthritis, you're probably going to prefer to go with the electric thing and just cut the rim off and the hole at the top. Here's the other one. When you buy like a tin opener, how do you know whether it sits horizontal on the top and you put it on the lip, or whether you put it down the side? Because there's two different designs. And if you try the wrong one first, you knacker the tin opener before you've ever used it. How do you resolve that conundrum? Because I don't know. I can't look at a tin opener and know whether it butterflies on the top or whether you do it down the side. If Chippy was still here, he'd have the answer. UK Rich, I thought you'd gone. UK Richie says to Farmer, I enjoy your music choices. He says that's a great compliment, thanks. Once it's up, it's up. That's what she said. No, sorry. Yeah, this is an actress and bishop thing again, isn't it? All right, folks. I think I've gone enough over my 4 hours for the. How do I want to put? Look at this. You see, the counter's back up to 10. Do I carry on? Was it always 10? Yeah, I think I'm going to call it quits, folks. I don't want to like disappoint anybody or leave anyone short. Thumbs up if you haven't already. After we finish, if you could just leave a comment, that might help. Just, great stream, commenting for the algo, whatever. I think I'm gonna call it quits here. I got my dog asleep behind. I've got to wake her up and take her for a quick walk and then get back inside the tent. I have got a gurgling stomach as well. If you're tired, yes. If not, it's gone. It's up to you. I've also got a gurgling stomach. I mean, if I was to just bugger off into the bushes for 2 or 3 minutes, that might not be the greatest viewing experience for you lot. I could carry on. I'm not against it. I'm not tired, except for when I talk about being tired and then a yawn comes out of nowhere because psychosomatic. That was weird how Hannah and both on 2137, Hannah and UK Richie both donated at the same time. I didn't even hear a difference I didn't hear multiple tones come through. Oh, and excuse me. Yeah, Okay, folks, I'm going to carry on. If you want me to carry on, I'll carry on. I'm on about half a beer here, so at some point I'm going to have to go and get another one of those as well. But I am going to have to just nip off into the woods. It's not going to take long. It's a little bit explosive. It's not diarrhea explosive. I haven't got the. We haven't got that lettuce over here or whatever. Okay, folks, I'm going to hit the microphone. I'm going to hit mute. I'm going to go do a thing. I will be back in probably 2 minutes. Catch you then. Stay with me, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, folks, sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I thought. I went to wash my hands and grab a beer while I was there. Well, while I was in there. Glasses are steamed up again. The dew. Hold on, which? That one. We are at the dew point, or there. We're within a degree or so of it. And we do have the condensation. Gosh, fucking thing. Here we go. Let me roll forwards a little bit. Okay. Well, I was going to end it, but it looks like we're carrying on. Hold on. Give yourself wipe time. Gurgling because you're hungry? No, not because I'm hungry. I've eaten plenty the last few days. For a guy who was going 3 days without eating food and then eating minimally, once Karen got me some tins and jars, and George as well. So today I had a jar of, you know, when you the potatoes that are already cooked that come in kind of saline. They have a weird texture to them, but they're very tasty. They're very nice. I've eaten lots recently, last few days, and that's one of the things that when you've not eaten. So when you've gone 3 days without food, and then you eat a little bit, like half a pack of biscuits or something, and then you go 3 days without food and you eat half a pack of biscuits. When you do that for a few weeks, and then suddenly you eat tins of soup, tins of spaghetti with meatballs, tins of various soups and stews and what have you. And you've got bread, you've got baguettes to be dipping into these things. So tins of jars of these white beans, alubia blanca. But you're eating half a baguette with it. So a whole jar, these are big jars. You can't see because I can't get both hands on screen at once. Big jars of beans, and you're dipping a baguette in. The more you put in, suddenly you've got more coming out. That's just. I'm not going to comment on it beyond that, but yeah. So no, not gurgling because hungry, gurgling because stuff wanted to come out. Let me scroll. Give you some time. UK Richie still don't understand that Dido video. She's having the best day of her life while her house is being demolished. Makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, I did like Dido. So she'd released a couple of songs, hadn't she? And they'd kind of gone nowhere. And then Eminem got involved. Is that right? I think it was Eminem. And suddenly her music was all over the place. And then it got used on that American, was it Roswell? The American TV show about aliens. Roswell. The original version in the 90s. Or maybe early 2000s. I think 90s. I know they've they've had a relaunch or what do they call it? Like an update. They've tried to do it again, but that didn't really work. The first TV series was great. But yeah, she was a good singer. A little bit pretentious. Why is your nickname some Egyptian Dido and Aeneas? It's an opera, isn't it? Dido and Aeneas? Let me look at this. I come up with some shit out of nowhere and I don't know where I know it from. It's an opera. Which means it's probably from the fucking 17th century. Dido and Aeneas. Aeneas. There you go, look. Where do I get this shit from? What is it? Recounts the love of Dido, Queen of Carthage. Hold on. Carthage. That's the one in Tunisia, yeah? Not the Cartagena down the road here, which was like a daughter state, a daughter city. You know this about metropolitan. If your city, if people from your city go somewhere else and form another city, that's where the word metropolis comes from. It's like the mother city. Polis is city. It's where we get the word police and politics and all of those other poly words. But metropolis, mother city, because you've had a daughter city formed elsewhere. And Carthage was in what is modern day Tunisia. And then people from there came over to Spain, and Carthage is just 50 minutes down the road. And that's where Matey Boy, Hannibal and his elephants, when he attacked Rome over the Alps and all that, Pyrenees and all that. Yeah. Dido and Aeneas, I know nothing about it. For the Trojan hero Aeneas, and I've clicked, is an opera prologue, Henry Purcell, so it's not that long ago if it's Henry Purcell, is it? Hold on. Oh, it is. It was composed no later than July 1688. So like I said, not that long ago. Really, is that when Henry Purcell was? I thought he's more modern than that. There's a portrait of him in 1695, so no, he's that long ago. The dates of composition and first performance are uncertain. So give us it again. Dido was a queen and Aeneas was a, what did you say, a Trojan warrior. Whereas Dido was queen of Carthage and he was a Trojan hero. And a despair when he abandons her. So is this like the same period, a Trojan hero? Is this the same period as the shit that just went to Hollywood? The whole Odysseus thing. Sounds very similar to another word. Which word? 126. Is that now? I'm on 128. I just want to check that I'm not behind. Top chart, live chat. Great song. Oh, died. Okay, died. We did the other word earlier. We looked up its history. It is 500 years old. The word with the same name but with an L in it. The word is 500 years old. The device itself is like 3,000 years old or something. I think more. Didn't they say, was it 10 or 20,000? I'm not going to look it up again. My search history, folks. I looked up the history and the derivation of the word dildo. If you weren't here at the time, I did that search so that you don't have to. So my search history is populated with that. And it is derived from, it's either direct from Latin, meaning wide open, or I can't remember the other stepping stone. It might have been French or Italian or something. And it basically meant to pleasure. So basically to pleasure by being wide open is the derivation of the word dildo. Like I said, in the 15th or 16th century. That's the word. The object itself, much, much older. Stone phalluses being carved long, long ago. Scrolling. Oh no, there's nowhere to scroll to. Come on, folks. You asked me to stay and carry on, and I say, okay, we'll carry on. And I still haven't hit that 20. 20 is the magical number on the thumbs up. Still haven't hit 20, and now no one's talking to me, so I've got nothing to talk about. I did see a story today about a massive breakthrough in Alzheimer's research. which might potentially lead to some treatments. So I don't need this to tell you about that. I'm going to put that back down so I can just tell you this. So, when Alzheimer's happens and the plaques and things build up, the brain has its own kind of immune cells that are unique to the brain. And when they trigger, they cause an inflammation reaction, like most immune reactions do. But it appears they hyper trigger because of the buildup of these tau proteins or whatever they are, these plaques. And some scientists in a mouse model, so this is not 100% guaranteed, but it appears to be right. They've suppressed these cells, these immune cells. It suppressed this swelling. One of the features of dementia, of Alzheimer's, is that people don't sleep well. It's actually suspected to be one of the causes of Alzheimer's in the first place. If you have a lifelong lack of sleep. You remember Margaret Thatcher, famed for only sleeping 4 hours a night? She had very severe Alzheimer's. Coincidence? Possibly not. So, the scientists, well, they didn't just suppress these cells, they actually killed them. Turns out that there's a specific, is it a nerve, or there's a specific protein or something that they need. And if you cut this supply of this stuff off, those cells kind of die. And the mice immediately got back a normal sleep pattern. Well, they got back 2 hours more than they'd had previously. So an improved sleep pattern. And a proper real deep sleep is supposedly when your brain clears out these proteins and these plaques and these bad things. So if you can improve the sleep, you might not improve the disease, but you might slow its progress. You might stop it from getting worse. Now, this is mice. You can't exactly ask them about their memory. You can do maze tests and things that they do with these things, see whether they get their memory back, or at least if they stop declining. But they're now looking at whether you can suppress these specific immune cells in the brain. What were they called? Something glials. I can't remember the full word. But if you can suppress them rather than killing them, because killing cells is probably not a good idea in general. They are immune cells. They probably have a function to play. But if you can stop them from overreacting, if you can suppress them to some extent, maybe a human patient would get more sleep back, and maybe in that sleep their brain would do more of its own clearing out properly, and maybe the deterioration could be held back. They're not talking about improvements, recovery, but they're talking about identifying early and stopping deterioration. And if that could be done, that would be huge. Now, if you've been here a while, you'll know that I'm really not suspicious. I'm quite down on Alzheimer's research, diabetes research, announcements of breakthroughs or potential breakthroughs. It's a press release and it always ends with more research is indicated, which is just like hey, we think we found something, but pay me so that I can do more research. So I'm always it's similar to new battery technologies and new solar panel technologies. Every week you'll find half a dozen new announcements about Alzheimer's, about Parkinson's, about batteries, about solar panels, and it always just ends with more research is indicated. But sometimes you hear one and you think, man, if true, imagine that you could identify Alzheimer's before the symptoms are visible. And there are all sorts of research possibilities and blood tests and things that claim this now and that have been further investigated. But imagine if you could, and then imagine if suppressing these specific types of cells, limiting them in some way, allows your body to not deteriorate anymore or to slow the deterioration massively. We're playing imagine, what if? But to me, it's that's of all of the things that I've heard in however many years I've been following them while they've been doing Alzheimer's research and don't forget Alzheimer's and Parkinson's seem to have linkages under the hood as well. There's weirdness going on with the brain, and in some instances there are linkages. There are things that might be correlated, might be linked. So who knows? Maybe one day one of these things that they say, hey, further research is required, maybe one of them will come off. And this one sounds really promising. I guess we'll see. Okay, Farmer says, yeah, UK Richie, I just put it up for the thank you. I need to watch it over maybe something terrible happened in the house and she's good, it's demolished. I've lost context. Okay, the Dido film video. Sound out? Oh no. No indication here that sound is out. Does anybody else back that up? Sound out. No sound, can't hear. Hold on. On again. Sound is okay for me, says UK Richie. Can't hear you. Farmer says Mike, no sound. It's just you, I think, mate. You've probably just been playing a video. You've probably messed YouTube up. They're saying food can reverse even early onset dementia. Was a good article. So there is a strong indication. Okay, here's another line of inquiry. Alzheimer's, or dementia at least, but I think Alzheimer's, is diabetes type 3. You know, we've got type 1, you're born with it. Type 2, you force it on your body by overindulging, bad lifestyle choices. The whole smoking, drinking, eating too much sugar, forcing your body into insulin resistance. It's a strong possibility. Now, the mechanism is what's in dispute. Gut bacteria. There's this strong idea coming through from various lines of science that gut bacteria controls the brain to some extent in some ways. Diabetes type 3? I don't know. I couldn't comment on. I don't know enough people who've had cognitive decline and who have. What would you be looking for? So if we're talking sugar, you're talking about people who are eating too many like sweets, by which I mean puddings, the course after the main meal, or too much alcohol, a lot of sugar in alcohol. Well, in beers and white wines. Spirits don't have any sugar in them. There's no carbs in a spirit, or minimal. Beer, on the other hand, 5 grams, I think it is. Depending on different beers, 1 or 2 spoons of sugar left in a can of beer or a pint of beer. So someone who drinks too much, long-term, excessive booze could mean excessive sugar, and that triggers insulin resistance. Insulin doesn't react in the way it used to. Oh, sorry, your body doesn't react to the insulin. Your body pumps out insulin, and the cells don't react. Insulin tells the cells, take up this blood sugar, absorb it, use it, take it, store it. And if your body doesn't react and the sugar's still in the bloodstream, your body pumps out more insulin and more insulin and more insulin. But if your cells are all saturated, if they've stored as much as they can, if the cells don't take it up, then the liver does. And you get fatty liver disease, of which there are 2 variations: alcoholic fatty liver disease and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. But once the liver's overflown, you've got nowhere you've got nowhere else for it to go. So your body ends up circulating sugar all the time, and it's kind of toxic to the body. Then your body tries excreting it in your sweat, in your urine. It puts pressure on the liver, kidneys, spleen, maybe, I'm not sure. That's to do with cleansing the blood and things, but I think that's more for disease-related things. And producing blood. Not sure quite whether the spleen's in the same category. But yeah, but is dementia or is Alzheimer's diabetes type 3? You'll find research papers, you can search for that term, diabetes type 3, ? And it's a serious proposition amongst the people who do that shit for a living. I'm just some tramp in a field. What the fuck do I know? Some stuff, but not much stuff. Broad and shallow is my knowledge, and that bounced off and missed, ricocheted. My problem all my life, I'm interested in too many things. I don't go deep on anything. Broad but shallow knowledge. There's not a lot of call for it. This is another one of those things. If I was advising like 7-year-old me or 10-year-old me, if I could go back in time and tell me, go deep. Pick 2 or 3 topics and go deep. Don't learn a little bit about everything. Learn everything about a little bit. There's value in knowing everything. Being the best, knowing the most about a topic. That has value. Knowing a little bit of everything, you might win a pub quiz. It's not quite the same level of value, is it? Go deep. Maintain some broadness, but pick 2 or 3 topics and just go deep. Learn more than anybody else. Know more than anybody else. If you watch these YouTube videos, there's a butcher that I watch. I can't remember his name. I've only just started watching him, but he's a master butcher. He knows butchery better than most butchers. And he does the videos and he's built the business, and it's be better than if you're better than 90% of your competitors, you'll win. Now, if he'd learnt a bit of butchery and a bit of carpentry and a bit of plumbing, you know what I mean? broad but shallow. Where's the money in that? You got to be you got to be in the top few percent of any endeavour that you undertake. This is what I didn't learn early enough. I was not advised by teachers, parents, other people I knew. I just like to know about everything. And you can't, the modern world doesn't work. In the 16 and 1700s, you could be that guy. There was a term for it, wasn't there? What is it called? It's not the Enlightenment man, but it's something like that. The Renaissance man was the gentleman scholar who knew all about everything. The Renaissance man. You can't do that anymore. There's too much to know and not enough time to learn it. So if any of you have got kind of 7-year-old or 10-year-old sons or daughters, obviously, I don't know why I said sons, but you got kids that are intelligent and that you think could go somewhere. Warn them away from being me. It's okay to know a bit about most things. But if you want to make anything of yourself in life, go deep. Whether it's chemistry, whether it's physics, whether it's computers, whether it's war, tactics, strategy. Go deep. Chess, go deep. Broad but shallow doesn't make it in life. You got to go deep. Whoa. Here endeth the lecture. Scrolling. Which way was I going? They say you can even reverse early onset dementia with a good article. They're saying food can reverse. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Are we all backing it and listening? Can we all hear? I'll go out and come back. Better, okay. Glad you're bringing up sugar. Dietitians are blaming sugar for all our ills these days. Yeah, you see, if you look back historically, how did people get their calories? Before the arrival of kind of sugar beet and sugar cane, how did we get calories? You had to eat actual crops, carbohydrates, rice, potatoes, wheat. Name another one. I'm sure there are. You've got, there's various grains, all the grains. Grains includes rices, doesn't it? Yeah, grains, potatoes, sweet potatoes. What are those other things? Jerusalem artichokes, stuff like that. The tuber that's under a bulrush. Under a bull, if you pluck a bulrush out of a swamp, out of the side of a river, there's a tuber. It's a carbohydrate, but not very tasty. They used to mush it up and make a gruel out of it. Yeah, all of that shit. That's where calories came from. But with sugar beet and sugar, what was it? Sugar cane. With that came massive calories in a condensed package that's cheap to, well, it was cheap to produce. I shouldn't laugh. Don't laugh. Slavery, folks. Slavery. Plantations. Sugar was one and cotton was the other. So, however we got there, cheap to produce, I'm laughing. That sounds terrible. The fact that I get accused of being like a far right grifter, and then I'm laughing at the idea of I'm not laughing at the idea of slavery, but at cheap produce. Um, if you can't laugh, what are you going to do? Cry? But suddenly the availability of calories. It's a cheap food that you could pack out other ingredients. If you chickens nowadays, here we go. You buy a chicken, and whether it's portions or whether it's the whole chicken, the amount of gunk that comes out of it while you're cooking it. Do you know why? It's injected with a syrup. What is a syrup? Well, it's when you melt some sugar and mix it with water in a pan. Well, in a vat, whatever. It's when you melt sugar and mix it with water. It then gets syringed into the chicken to plump it up. Your 1 kilogram chicken becomes a fucking 2 kilogram chicken. And then when you cook it, you wonder why there's so much water pissing out of it and splattering everywhere. They found that if they just injected your chicken with water, it just came out. So they had to make it more gloopy. So sugar, syrup, it's a thing. They have a word for it, and I can't remember the word. It's a thing. I don't like not knowing the words. All the words. Yes, including those words. Here we go. Let me get rid of Dido and Aeneas. Even though I didn't read the full story. I'll have a read later. Chickens plumped with syrup, I'm going to write. Plumped's probably not the right word. I could have just gone pumped, syrup. They have a word for it. It's like called conditioned or something. It is called plumping or enhancing. This controversial commercial practice involves injecting raw chicken with solutions like broth and sometimes corn syrup or natural sweeteners to increase weight and juiciness. Consumers essentially pay for meat prices for water and additives, often unknowingly. Always fucking unknowingly. Why would you pay for it? Why syrup? While salt water was standard, some processors used corn syrup, concentrated broth or lemon juice to mask the salty bitterness of brine potassium. You see, you ask why salt water, same thing. Just water runs out. You inject it in and it comes back out the holes. So you need something to thicken the water. Plumping is actually the term. Plumping or enhancing. You wonder why your chicken's so wet when you put it in the pan. Because you've paid for meat and you got water. Or sugar. UK Richie got to head off all. Good night. That was at 1:41. I'm sorry, my friend. I am 13, 14 minutes behind again. Mike, get to sleep. I'm gonna go soon, mate. I'm okay. I'm okay. If you guys want to stay, I'll stay. What's your opinion about these new fat drugs which insulin sensitivity is reset? Your Ozempics and things. Is that how they work? Resetting insulin sensitivity? I thought they were blocking something else. Hold on, I remember reading this. The problem with anything like that is that as soon as you stop taking them, the weight just piles back on. It's like fad diets and other stuff. Now, the drug companies are going to like that, aren't they? You take it for 6 months, the weight drops off. You stop for 6 months, the weight comes back on. What do you do next? You go out and buy another 6 months worth of the drugs. Either you do or your government does if this is like a National Health Service thing. I think that for someone who's like chronically, or what's the other word that's even more than chronic? Morbidly obese, it gives them a chance. Get the weight off. But then you've got to work on the underlying problem. Why are you getting that big? Why are you eating thousands of calories a day more than your body needs? And if you look, you know, I watch these programs, my 300-kilogram life or whatever, my 500 or 600-pound life, whatever that American show is called, and they all end up dead. Even the success stories revert. They all end up dead. Almost all end up dead. When they do, this is why I think they stopped doing the follow-up shows. You know, like 3 years or 5 years later, let's go back and visit Fred and see what. Oh no, we can't. He's dead. They revert. Comfort eating. You don't get so big that you need a crane to lift you out of the bedroom window because you can't. The fireman can't get you out of the house. You don't do that. How do you do that on your own? You're not climbing up and down the steps, up and down the stairs, sorry, to go get some food. You have these feeders, these people who have substituted love for food. They think that taking care of someone means bringing them excess amounts of food. And they sit there and eat it because mummy's bringing it, or my sister's bringing it, or my aunt, or whichever family member is left. Very, very occasionally it's a girlfriend, but very occasionally. She's not climbing on, slapping the belly and riding the waves. That's not the kind of relationship they have. You've got to get at the underlying psychological problem. The drugs can be a stopgap, maybe, in extreme cases. Hollywood superstars taking them, they might as well just go back to purging. You might as well just go back to that. A few calluses on your knuckles where the where you catch your teeth, or where the stomach acid catches your fingers before you get them out. You get some kind of markings on the fingers. The bulimia thing, anorexia and bulimia. You got to get to the underlying problem. In my, again, uneducated opinion. GLP-1. That's the name of the. As a word. What do your glands release? Your glands, the endocrine system, they release. There's a word. Hormones. There you go. Look at that. It's a word. They have GLP-1, which tells your body that there's enough food, but I think it also works like insulin, regardless of what they're saying. So really just swapping one addiction for another, in essence, or creating just a cyclical thing, a dependency on Big Pharma. Big Pharma loves to sell you things that don't solve the problem. Gaviscon. Anybody remember this? When the prevailing theory was that ulcers were caused by stomach acid, Gaviscon, the world's first, was it the world's first $1 billion drug or $1 trillion? I'm going to guess $1 trillion. I've got to look. I can't not know. Gaviscon, treat the symptom, not the underlying problem. So stomach acid obviously inflamed ulcers. It made ulcers worse. If I type Gaviscon, the world's first. I'm going to say billion. I'm just going to ask, billion or $1 trillion? I think it's going to be trillion. drug? Question mark. See if the AI can answer. No. Oh, here we go. Gaviscon was neither the world's first billion-dollar nor trillion-dollar drug. It was an over-the-counter reflux suppressant primarily designed for a Tagamet, Zantac. Hold on. This is another one of those ones. The fucking Large Hadron Collider, folks. I have a distinct memory of this. To date, no single drug has done a trillion, so it wouldn't have been that. So billion would have been the Tagamet, followed shortly by its competitor Zantac. And they were antacid and ulcer and acid reducers. Tagamet crossed the 1 billion annual sales milestone in '86. Same difference, though, yeah. Okay. According to this, I got the wrong antacid drug. Tagamet and Zantac. Treat the acid. Barry Marshall, look him up. Nobel Prize winner. Discovered that ulcers were caused by a bacteria, Helicobacter pylori. And it can be treated with a combination of, what's the word I'm looking for? Antibiotics. Is it a mental or physical disease? Hold on, let me just scroll back. I think I've missed a couple of swapping one addiction for another. So I think some things can be both. There's strong evidence. I mentioned earlier about something else that your gut biome, your gut bacteria can control your brain in certain ways. The gastric band stuff. Let's just take an aside. People who get gastric band, there's another word for it that I can't remember. Lapras something or other. Anyway, after getting it, so you have your stomach reduced, either surgically or just by a rubber band around the stomach, shortening it, and but what they find, something in their brain changes, and they no longer get those hunger pangs. It's not, you'd think that they'd still have the hunger pangs, but I can't eat that much, I feel full, I'm going to be sick if I eat more. But you'd think the hunger thing would still be there. So there's two, it's a word I was using before when I was talking about the endocrine system, hormones. Ghrelin, there's two of them. There's one senses when you're hungry and one senses when you've had enough. And something misfires in some people and they eat and eat and eat. I think it's the ghrelin isn't there or the body's not sensitive to it. I can't remember the details, folks. And I don't know how it's spelled ghrelin. Ghryle. Don't know if it's double L, single L, I-N. Whoa, fuck off. Ghrelin. That's implicated somewhere. Whoa, fuck off. But what they find is you shrink the stomach and the signals, the hormones and stuff to the brain change, or the body's response to the signals changes. There's something. So the gastric not bypassed, but the gastric band causes a chemical change. Not just, oh, we've restricted the size of the stomach or the usable size of the stomach. Not just that, it causes hormonal changes somehow. And these people just aren't hungry anymore, or aren't as hungry. They're not as rabidly hungry. Is that physical? Is that mental? I mean, it's the brain, but it's hormonal. And what caused the change? Is that the bacteria in the gut biome? I think things can be both, or at least we haven't got the evidence to rule out one or the other. Who knows? But yeah, a lot like anorexia and bulimia. What causes those? Social pressure, societal pressure, hormonal imbalances, personal willpower, all of the above? Question mark? Just a tramp in a field, folks. What do I know? All right, I think we're going to draw it to. Where are we for time? Let me have a look. We're on 2:07, so we've gone over the 5-hour mark by a good 7 minutes as any kind of boundary, any kind of buffer I might have needed. I don't need a buffer at 5 hours anyway, but I guess we're going to call it quits there, folks. We didn't make it to 20 thumbs ups, unfortunately. It's always a shame. I always like to get to 20. But I am, well, you know, just a guy in a field. Donations welcome. Pinned comment if you're of a mind to, and you want to support. What do they call the professor? In infant school they called me the professor. The teachers had like a nickname for me behind the scenes. It emerged, and here I am knowing lots of shit about. Well, knowing a little bit of shit about lots of things, which is of no use to anybody. If only they'd told me to go deep and not broad. Maybe I could have been something. Not a tramp. Okay, folks, I'm going to leave you in the manner to which hopefully you've become accustomed. I'm just going to check where I am for power. 53 on the phone. Okay, folks, bear with me. I'm going to try and... No, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, I think she's asleep. Hey, babe. I'm going to have to wake her up to take her for a walk. Oh, look at that. Can I get the whole doggy on? There's my girl. I don't know why she's got her back to me, but... Okay, folks, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. That's just for Jasper. Out.